easier to achieve for millions of small businesses. Nonprofits, the backbone of New York's economy, and housing cooperatives will also now be eligible for PPP. The Postal Service, which has been a lifeline for American families since George Washington, and now for small businesses too, will also receive a much-needed funding to keep services running.
Gentlewoman from New York
the bill
reserves.
is not perfect, but it is
the
essential.
gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
To vote for it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished Republican ranking member on the Budget Committee, as well as a valued member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Womack of Arkansas.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say before I get to the contents of my remarks, not lost on me is the work that Mr. Cole is doing today as a Rules Committee member and managing the debate that we just had, managing this debate with appropriations. He's a real Iron Man today, and I just want to publicly thank him for the long-standing work that he's doing in support of our work here today. Mr. Speaker, here we are in the People's House with debating nothing more than a real partisan grab bag, and it's an expensive one. What we see as a crisis, Mr. Speaker, the other side sees as an opportunity to exert leverage. No collaboration, no transparency, no Republican input. They can't even wait until the trillions of dollars we've already spent is completely out the door before coming back for more. Why? Because this is not about a response to the coronavirus. It's about implementing an agenda. Many of the items in this bill were already part of the liberal agenda before we could even say coronavirus. What does the federalizing elections have to do with COVID-19? What does the SALT deduction that has been a source of contention with the other side have to do with COVID-19? How about forgiving $10,000 of student loan debt? How did that get in the conversation with our response to coronavirus? The Postal Service bailout, multi-employer pensions. Are you kidding me? Mr. Speaker, the people deserve better. This bill is not going anywhere, and they know it, and we know it. It's appropriate, Mr. Speaker, that the conversations that are taking place today on this floor about this bill are being done behind a mask, because no one can argue with a straight face.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
As I was about to say, it's appropriate that we're having this conversation in many respects behind a mask, because there's nobody on this floor today that can argue with a straight face that many of the provisions in this bill that we're debating right now are related to coronavirus or have any sense of congressional urgency. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserve. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am so pleased to yield 2 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Massachusetts, chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, who came to Congress in the same class I did. And we have worked together, and I'm very proud to yield the 2 minutes to Mr. Neal.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady for her kind comments, and I'm delighted to stand in support of H.R. 6800, the HEROES Act. It also could be called the Confidence in the American People Act. This legislation responds to the reality that 85,000 Americans have lost their lives, 36 million Americans are now without a job, and our thoughts are with those families today. Delighted with the role that the Ways and Means Committee once again played in stepping up to deliver solutions in this latest legislation. The HEROES Act includes a second round of economic impact payments to keep Americans afloat and infuse money back into the economy. Liquidity. Every economist has suggested that. The round is more substantial for families and fixes shortcomings in the first round of payments, like those college students and others who are dependent on parents. We enhance the employee retention tax credit. With this expanded version, we will come to the aid of 60 million Americans. The majority of those are employees of small and mid-sized businesses. April brought about the worst plunge in unemployment since the Great Depression. We've extended the weekly federal unemployment compensation payments through January of next year. Frontline workers who haven't stopped since this crisis began, we now know are under great pressure. We provide flexible funding to support child care and adult aid care for essential workers to help ease this burden. The Ways and Means Committee also had a role in providing provisions to address the persistent public health emergency that's gripping the nation. We led the charge to make investments in nursing home safety as these facilities have been ravaged by the virus. The bill was a team effort. Thanks to Ways and Means Committee members for their contributions, who have been working around the clock with the staff to get this legislation before us today. I sought out Jay Powell's advice on this from the day one, an early beginning. He said, and I quote just a couple of days ago, additional fiscal support could be costly, but worth it if it helps avoid long-term economic damage and leaves us with a stronger economy. This is about balance right now. This is about relief and stability, which will hasten recovery. What we're doing here today will be, in fact, a base-paced approach
gentlewoman from New York,
to serving the American
reserves.
people, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member from Tennessee and the ranking member on the Homeland Security Committee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Fleischman.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. This great chamber has passed 4 bills, 4 bipartisan, bicameral bills that the House, the Senate, Republicans, Democrats, and the White House could agree on. This bill is not that. It's $3 trillion more of unrestrained spending. When given the opportunity, the People's House does need to speak up and does need to lead, but we need to lead on economic common ground, not on bipartisan grounds that will never pass outside of this chamber. I spoke with a young man yesterday who showed me a picture of his 6-year-old daughter. I spoke with a friend yesterday at St. Mary's School in Oak Ridge, where they're having a graduation. This is not a giving, it's a taking. We are burdening the American people with over $30 trillion worth of national debt. Mr. Speaker, where does our debt go? It goes on the backs of future generations, and worse, who buys our debt? China, other countries. We are heading in the wrong direction. I plead with the majority to change this bill, come together as we have done in the past. I urge a no vote on this. I urge us to stand up and do the work for the hardworking Americans who are justly scared, justly concerned. We owe that to them. We represent them, and that is our job, and that is our calling. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am so honored to yield 2 minutes to the outstanding chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, another member of our great class, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the HEROES Act. Our top priority is the health and safety of the American people, and the HEROES Act lays the foundation we will need to safely reopen the economy. And contrary to my Republican colleagues, this legislation is directly related to the pandemic. Our legislation bills out national testing and contract tracing by finally requiring the Trump administration to develop comprehensive plans with clear benchmarks and timelines. We also mandate a national czar and supply chain to guarantee that medical supplies, testing equipment, and drugs, and ultimately vaccines are available to all Americans. The bill also provides states with additional increases for their Medicaid programs to ensure that Americans don't lose their health insurance. And it ensures that all COVID-19 treatments and vaccines are free of cost sharing for patients, as we did with previous legislation for testing. The HEROES Act, Mr. Chairman, protects vulnerable patients in nursing homes by providing funding for states to establish and deploy strike teams, manage outbreaks, and assist with clinical care, infection control, and staffing. And this legislation also helps families stay connected and ensures that they do not lose critical utility services. It prevents home energy and water service shutoffs and establishes a new program to provide water bill assistance for low-income households. We also prohibit telephone and broadband service providers from stopping service and provide bill assistance to low-income families and those who have lost their jobs. The HEROES Act also provides funding to schools and libraries to purchase hotspots, connected devices, and other equipment. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we go after price gougers by providing the Federal Trade Commission and state attorneys general the authority to seek civil penalties from engaging in price gouging of goods and services. Mr. Chairman, the HEROES Act is a bold next step in our process of protecting the American people and providing critical assistance during this crisis, and it's designed to try to end this pandemic ultimately. It deserves strong bipartisan support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida, an esteemed member of the Appropriations Committee, and today of all days, a career law enforcement officer as well, and we honor him for his service and his colleagues for their service to all of us. Mr. Rutherford
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this political and insincere attempt at coronavirus relief. Over the past few months, Congress came together in a bipartisan way and passed 4 major packages to combat coronavirus. But now, for whatever reason, the Speaker has decided she is done working with Republicans. Despite what you may hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle, they know this is not a serious bill. They also know that it was drafted in secret without input from the minority, and many of them are just as disappointed that there was no attempt at bipartisanship. Mr. Speaker, almost 40 million Americans are out of work, and here we are in Washington considering a bill that will never, ever become law. How do you think those unemployed Americans feel right now? I'd say that they're not interested in watching the Speaker, who is still receiving a full salary, by the way, play these political games. I do support elements of this bill. So let me be clear. I do support additional coronavirus relief for hardworking Americans. I also support sending additional relief to states and cities to help them respond to the coronavirus cost. However, I will not ask taxpayers to wipe out years of debt many of these localities incurred long before the coronavirus pandemic. Let's get back to working together and write a bill we can all support, take out federalizing the elections process, which should be left to the states, take out the early release of criminals, take out the incentives for illegal immigration, take out all of the new government programs that keep communities from reopening and keep people from getting back to work. We can do this the right way, but this isn't it.
Go with it.
Our constituents expect better.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And so should we.
Gentleman
With
from
that, I yield
Oklahoma
back, Mr. Speaker.
reserves. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the chairman of the Committee on Education and Labor, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the HEROES Act. The bill confronts the unprecedented pandemic that we're facing by first directing significant funding to the state and local governments. Without this funding, they'll have to make devastating cuts, especially in education, public safety, and basic services. Then it funds education to address the unique challenges created by the pandemic. In K through 12, funding will be available for technology, summer programs, special education, and initiatives to reduce the achievement gaps. And it funds higher education to support students and maintain their institutions. It provides relief for student loans, continuing the present relief from payments as well as interest accrual, and extending that relief to virtually all student loans, both federal and private. That relief goes to virtually all student loans. And then we target additional relief to students most in need of relief. Mr. Speaker, this bill supports This bill supports families by continuing the enhanced and expanded unemployment benefits, increasing SNAP benefits, and delivering another round of stimulus checks. It also protects health care insurance so that under this bill, when you lose your job, you do not have to lose your health insurance. The bill helps contain the pandemic by funding contact tracers so that those who have been in contact with those who test positive can be identified and they can isolate themselves. Finally, the bill makes our workplace safer by requiring OSHA to promulgate and enforce clear standards to protect workers from COVID-19. And for our frontline workers, it authorizes premium pay for their heroic work. This bill is a necessary response to today's health crisis. It enables families, workers, and families to survive the pandemic. And if states don't get this money, the public will be inflicted with drastic cuts. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished past chairman of the Ways and Means Committee and current ranking member, Mr. Brady from the great state of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for your remarkable leadership during these challenging times. What are we doing here? Our nation's fighting a vicious battle for lives and jobs, yet Democrats waste time bringing a partisan, political, and dead bill to the House, never asking Republicans to work together. It's shameful. As one House Democrat who opposes this bill said, this isn't the time for partisan gamesmanship. This is the time to find common ground. Democrats parrot, go big, and what they didn't do is go smart to stimulate this economy. This bill guarantees a prolonged recession. It leaves 36 million jobless Americans behind, but it delivers big for Democratic special interests. What do mail-in ballots, marijuana banking, bailing out failed union pensions, and releasing criminals early have to do with America's struggling economy? Absolutely nothing. The word cannabis even occurs more often than the word job in this bill. And as we continue to battle this virus, Republicans believe Congress should go smart. Our top economic priority is to make sure the millions of Americans who've lost their jobs temporarily don't lose them permanently. Because lost jobs mean more drug and alcohol abuse, more domestic violence, more crime on the streets, and shorter lifespans. We need to reopen our economy safely, help our local businesses rebuild their workforce and remake their workplaces so they are safe and healthy. Instead, Democrats encourage millions of Americans to stay unemployed even if a good, safe job is offered. If you get paid more than your salary not to work and have a good health care, why would you go back? But next year, when these government benefits all run out, don't be surprised that local business and jobs simply don't exist anymore. This bill robs precious cash from local businesses struggling to survive, imposes costly mandates, provides a windfall to millionaires, and sends your hard-earned tax dollars to those here illegally. This bill imposes a gag order to prevent the jobless from knowing their affordable health options, uses your tax dollars to fund abortions, and chooses rebate checks over paychecks. How will this get workers back into jobs? It gets sadder. Democrats choose wealthy trial lawyers over our frontline healthcare workers, giving a green light to unleash frivolous lawsuits on hospitals, doctors, and local businesses, doing everything they can to reopen safely. These heroes are already struggling with huge losses. Fighting trial lawyers in court will only make it worse. We hear today about why we need to spend hundreds of millions more for state and local governments who, without question, are battling so hard. But did you know that Congress has already funded over $760 billion to state and local communities? That's more than we've helped small businesses. Did you know the state and local governments are struggling to spend all that money by the end of the year? As the Houston mayor told us, I don't need more money. I just need the flexibility to spend it where it's needed. Did you know most small communities in America haven't seen a dollar yet because many state governments are hoarding this crucial aid, refusing to pass it on to smaller counties and cities as Congress intended? Let's fix these problems first. Bottom line, the bill is crammed with special interest handouts, but does nothing for the jobless. And it guarantees more jobs will disappear while silly political games are played. This is an unprecedented crisis, and so many Americans have been heroic. They deserve a Congress that works together to help them regain their jobs, their savings, and their future. This bill is big, regrettably a big fail for our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, the chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public health emergency our country is facing requires immediate, bold action. That's why I rise today in support of H.R. 6800, the HEROES Act. The HEROES Act will provide families, workers, and veterans in our communities with the support they urgently need during this pandemic. As chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I'm proud that this bill includes essential provisions to meet veterans' needs. The HEROES Act authorizes VA health care for all veterans who have lost their health insurance due to the pandemic, including legislation introduced by Subcommittee Chair Representative Pappas to streamline the payment of emergency care claims to community providers. As a result of COVID-19, veterans are facing financial hardships due to job losses, while vital services are strained, leaving vulnerable veterans without support. This bill includes provisions sponsored by Subcommittee Chair Representative Levin, enabling VA to provide greater support for homeless veterans and their children. It also includes legislation from Representative Allred, increasing aid and attendance support by 25% for veterans and caregivers. Those who need assistance with daily activities must not be forgotten. In addition to these strong veteran provisions, the HEROES Act responds to the dire economic and healthcare challenge our nation is facing. It provides $1 trillion in funding to support states and local governments in their response to this pandemic so that they can continue their essential services. And it addresses the urgent needs of families and workers by putting direct financial assistance in the pockets of every American, creating a $200 billion HEROES Fund to give hazard pay to essential workers and providing assistance to renters and homeowners. We are facing an extraordinary crisis. Congress needs to respond to it with the courageousness it demands. The health and livelihoods of the American people depends on it. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the past chairman and current ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Walden.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Oklahoma who's done such a good job. I rise today in opposition to this bill. It's deeply troubling to me that during the worst pandemic in modern history and amidst a deep economic crisis, Democrats in the House continued to take a partisan path. As Republicans in the Trump administration moved to respond quickly, it was congressional Democrats who needlessly delayed the initial passage of the CARES Act and later caused a pointless week-long shuttering of the Paycheck Protection Program. How many jobs were lost because of that delay? And here we go again. According to Politico, and I quote, Democrats acknowledge that their behemoth proposal, whose summary alone is 90 pages, is more of a talking point than legislation that they expect to become law. Close quote. Well, just from the Energy and Commerce Committee perspective alone, you have policies that amount to federal government takeovers of entire sectors of the economy, Mr. Speaker. There's a sweetheart deal for Medicaid compliance carved out only for the state of New York and no one else. The bill throws more good money after bad to the failing enrollment programs in Obamacare, and it violates years of bipartisan agreement to maintain Hyde protections on federal health care spending. Why would Democrats spend weeks crafting what amounts to an 1,800-page progressive manifesto that's dead on arrival in the Senate? Why? Mr. Speaker, I again implore my friends across the aisle, please drop the partisan petty politics. Let's move forward in a united way for the country. That's what the people across America are doing, and that's what they expect us to do here in Congress. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New York, the chairman of the Committee on Small Business, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the HEROES Act, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the chairwoman from the Appropriations Committee for yielding. This bill contains important provisions to help stop the economy's free fall. For small businesses, it authorizes an additional $10 billion in disaster grants. It improves the PPP initiative, allowing businesses under stay-at-home orders to extend the loan coverage until the end of the calendar year. And also, we are eliminating the 75-25 rule to make it easier for small businesses to apply for PPP loans. It also sets aside 25% or $30 billion of the remaining funds for firms with fewer than 10 employees. Equally important, this legislation assists struggling families. In this bill, we increase funding for SNAP by 15% to address the record increase in hunger we are seeing in this country. The bill extends unemployment benefits, including $600 per week in pandemic unemployment insurance. For New Yorkers and hardworking people in this country struggling with rent, this measure provides $100 billion in rental assistance. Many essential workers will receive hazard pay under this bill and better access to personal protective equipment like nurses, door persons, transit workers, and those cleaning buildings so that the rest of us stay safe. Those are the real heroes of this crisis, and the HEROES Act compensates them more appropriately. The HEROES Act will also help states and localities with enormous fiscal challenges. Finally, this bill puts forth a strategic plan to test, trace, and treat the virus until we have
Gentlewoman's
widespread
time's expired.
testing. Consumer confidence
Gentlewoman
will
from New
remain
York
weak. I
reserves.
urge everyone
The
to
gentleman from
support this
Oklahoma
bill. I
is
yield back.
recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Illinois and ranking Republican member on the House Administration Committee, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Cole. House Democrats are once again taking advantage of a national emergency to push their own political agenda. We shouldn't be surprised since we've seen them push their wish list at every turn. We saw their attempts to federalize elections in H.R. 1. We saw it during the last coronavirus relief package negotiation, and we're seeing it again now. They're using the HEROES Act to nationalize election policy, not to help Americans vote, but to serve their own interests on Election Day. This entire package would cost taxpayers $3 trillion, and at least $23 million of that would be going toward their federal elections takeover. Congress has already given $1.25 billion to states since 2018, $400 million alone, to help states prepare for their elections amid this pandemic. What the Democrats are proposing is outrageous. And they're also requiring all states to adopt ballot harvesting. Ballot harvesting, in the way House Democrats are trying to use it, is when any individual can pick up any voter's ballot for any reason and deliver it to the polling place, completely unchecked. They don't have to provide their name. They don't have to show their ID. They don't have to be a resident of the state. They don't have to be an American citizen. Why would we force states to allow for people who aren't even eligible to vote to then handle their voters' ballots? This practice is so wrought with fraud that I released a report this week before consideration of this bill to highlight how ballot harvesting is being misused. It's a summary of 18 months of work by the House administration Republicans on this issue. We found that this practice is one of the greatest threats to our ballot integrity. In addition to this bill jeopardizing ballot integrity, it would also jeopardize people's health. How will ballot harvesting follow social distancing practices? Not to mention allowing political operatives to pick up ballots is not necessary when mail ballots may have prepaid postage. Why does a ballot broker need to go door to door to pick up a ballot when you can mail it in for free?
Expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
One can only assume, Mr. Speaker, that this is only for political gain. That's only one of the egregious provisions. The bottom line is Election Day is less than 6 months away. States don't have enough time to implement these egregious election rules. And last week I received a letter from over 800 professors telling me to vote for this bill. Little research, 400 of them are donors to Democrats. This is why this bill is politically motivated. It's a takeover of the elections at the national process. We need to vote no on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the dynamic gentlewoman from California, the chairwoman of the Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6800, the HEROES Act. This legislation includes a number of important proposals from the members of the Financial Services Committee and builds upon my proposal for more direct payments to families by providing a second round of stimulus payments for up to $6,000 per household. I'm pleased that this bill includes legislation championed by myself and Representatives Heck and Scott to create a $100 billion emergency rental assistance fund and a $75 billion homeowner assistance fund. The bill also provides $11.5 billion for homeless assistance grants and $1 billion for new Section 8 vouchers to support persons experiencing homelessness. The HEROES Act also suspends negative credit reporting for all consumers and to ensure that consumers, small businesses, and nonprofits can weather the pandemic. The bill suspends debt collection and requires forbearance and loan modifications for consumer and commercial loans. The HEROES Act strengthens the Defense Production Act to supercharge the production of diagnostic tests and personnel protective equipment to protect our brave essential workers and help save American lives. Importantly, the legislation also provides new funding and expands technical assistance, government deposits, and partnerships to support our nation's community development financial institutions, known as CDFIs, and minority depository institutions, MDIs, who serve our low-income communities particularly hit hard by the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we're obligated to protect our nation. The HEROES Act represents the response America needs to meet this crisis. So I urge all members to support this critical legislation. We hear members on both sides of the aisle talking about how much they love America, how much they love their constituents. Put up or shut up. Now is the time to do it. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the past chairman, current ranking member of the Education and Labor Committee, distinguished lady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Oklahoma for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 6800, Speaker Pelosi's Socialist Wish List Act. At a time when Americans are stepping up for one another, it's truly disheartening to watch House Democrats and Speaker Pelosi fail to deliver for our nation's families, workers, and businesses. As frustrating as it may be, it's not surprising. Democrats routinely disregard their own party's calls for bipartisan collaboration and accountability by meeting in secret, behind closed doors, without committee consensus, to craft partisan monstrosities like the one we're set to vote on. To satisfy the most extreme socialist left, Democrats are pushing a radical $3 trillion scheme that includes taxpayer bailouts for union-run pensions, money to illegal immigrants, which will do nothing to help this nation combat COVID-19. This is not a relief package. It's Speaker Pelosi's partisan 1,800-page socialist shopping list. We should defeat it. I yield
Gentlewoman's
back.
time's expired. Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma Reserve, gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 1 minute to the dynamic, hardworking, committed gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished chair of the Subcommittee on Labor, Health, Human Services, and Education, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
The HEROES Act is a critical $3 trillion rescue for our frontline workers, cities and states, our small businesses, and it creates the kind of modern-day safety net I have been fighting for with so many brave allies in and outside the U.S. Congress. Paid sick days, paid family and medical leave is now available to all workers, including those workers in warehouses, healthcare, grocery stores, pharmacies, and retail. The child tax credit is now available for all families, raised to $3,000 per child over 6 years old, and a higher benefit for younger children, cutting child poverty nearly in half. We raised the maximum food stamp benefit by 15%, bigger than in 2009, and we purged President Trump's $135 billion gift to real estate developers and hedge fund managers. I urge my colleagues, let us act boldly and let us act swiftly for this nation. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished Republican ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, in 1 week, the Democrats have shown us exactly what they want to do. In 1 week's time, May 8th, 1 week ago, 7 Democrats on the Coronavirus Select Committee send a letter to Universal Stainless and Alloy Products in Western Pennsylvania, and they say, give back your PPP money. Right, here's a letter. You have not returned these funds. 3 days later, May 11th, 4 of our colleagues, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, send a letter to those 7 Democrats and say, hey, wait a minute. Universal Stainless followed the rules. They're entitled to their money. If they have to give it back, they will have to lay off steel workers. And today, this bill does what? This bill does what? It gives tax dollars to illegal immigrants. In 1 week's time, take money from steel workers, give it to illegal immigrants. That's the Democrat vision for their country. And if for no other reason, that's why we should vote against this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
How much? Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield to my friend, the distinguished chair of the subcommittee that does so much good work here, Ms. Kaptur.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to thank Chair Lowy for that gracious set-aside and wish to say that the American people expect Congress to have their backs. Our economy needs help with historic levels of unemployment bearing down, and the HEROES Act will provide a bridge of support to save lives and livelihoods of our families, workers, hospitals, small businesses on the front lines. Imagine those folks. Let me applaud all those still working, facing an unknown killer. A huge win within this HEROES Act is significant and direct assistance to communities of all sizes that are hemorrhaging because of the costs of fire and police and emergency squads. This legislation will finally make multi-employer pension plans whole as well. Today, the deep recession requires bold action by our Congress. American lives truly are on the line here at home. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this life-saving bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin, a distinguished member of both the Oversight Committee and the Education and Labor Committee.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you much. First point I'd like to make is some people feel this bill is a political instrument that will never become law. I see the current leader in the polls for next year's presidential election signing this bill next February. So we have to pay careful attention what's in it. I take three things out of this bill. First of all, another $3 trillion further in debt. Together with the $3 trillion we've already passed and the natural $1 trillion deficit we have here, in the current year, we'll go about $22,000 more in debt for every man, woman, and child in the country. The second thing we take out of this bill is it's designed to encourage work. We extend, by Wisconsin standards, another 6 months in which people will be paid the equivalent of $50,000 a year not to work, and we're removing the work requirements for SNAP. In other words, it's an embracing of the idea that we want to discourage work and destroy our economy. And finally, it's this effort to get more and more people to come here illegally. We're removing the requirement that you have to have a Social Security number for the Earned Income Tax Credit. And we are saying not only the new $1,200 a person, but the old $1,200 a person will go to people who do not have a Social Security number. I cannot think of a quicker way to ruin the country.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you
Gentleman
much.
from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Minnesota, the chair of the subcommittee on Interior and the Environment, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, Native American communities are facing extraordinary challenges during this pandemic. Like other minority communities, they are disproportionately affected by COVID-19 with devastating loss of life and economic hardship. This pandemic has magnified the health disparities and historic lack of resources that exist within Indian country. The HEROES Act contains many nonpartisan priorities for Native Americans, reflecting bipartisan work to meet their critical needs. And I acknowledge my co-worker, Mr. Cole, on the floor with me on this endeavor. $900 million to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to assist tribal governments in operating essential community services, providing clean water and safe housing. $2.1 billion for Indian Health Service to purchase additional PPE, and provide tribes more telehealth. The bill includes dollars for transportation, supports education for children, and $20 billion in direct relief to tribal governments. The federal government must uphold its trust and treaty obligations to tribal nations. This bill is critical to ensure the health and safety of our Native American brothers and
Time's
sisters.
expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend from the great state of Texas, distinguished former Navy SEAL, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's theatrics are shocking. 30 million jobs, 35 million jobs lost, businesses and livelihoods ruined. And while American grocers, nurses, and workers kept America going, Democrats kept Congress in hiding for the past 3 weeks. Hiding is fear. It is not leadership. And when we finally reconvene, we get this. Politico summed it up best. Neither this bill nor anything resembling it will ever become law. It's a Democrat wish list filled up with all the party's favored policies. Is this a joke? Because it certainly isn't based on reality. Reality would be working here for the last 3 weeks, examining each problem our nation faces and working together to find the best solutions. That shouldn't be all that difficult, since I would presume we still have the same goals: mitigate the virus and save our economy and society. Right? That is still our goal, isn't it? If it is, then stop playing games. $3 trillion of virtue signaling to your base is no way to govern in the midst of a crisis, and you know it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserve. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the distinguished chair for her leadership. More than 80,000 Americans dead, 35 million unemployed, the economy in recession. There is pain, there is suffering, there is death throughout the land. Congress must act to provide relief to the American people. We must support our state and local governments. We must strengthen unemployment insurance. We must provide an additional round of direct stimulus payments to everyday Americans. We must provide hazard pay to our heroes and our essential workers. We must increase access to testing, tracing, and treatment. There is pain, there is suffering, there is death throughout the land. Congress must act with the fierce urgency of now, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, now. Vote yes on the HEROES Act.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished member from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this parade of absurdities on behalf of America's students and grandchildren. Addison, Houston, Emily Ruth, Michael, Anna Grace, Jack, Sally, and Catherine, who will be burdened by debt. On Monday, I saw the best of America in my birthplace of Charleston. I was with Boeing CEO David Calhoun as he presented planes full of PPEs to MUSC President David Cole, showing our appreciation for health professionals. Thank you to Drs. Barbara Minhas and Shalini Mittal for my N95 mask. This was private business, not government, protecting American families. All levels of government were present. Municipal with Mayor Keith Summy of North Charleston and Mayor John Tecklenburg of Charleston. County with County Council Chairman Elliott Summy. State with Governor Henry McMaster and Senator Marlin Kimpson. And federal with Senator Tim Scott and Congressman Joe Cunningham and Ralph Norman. Republicans and Democrats working together. Just 11 weeks ago today, I was at the same airport with President Donald Trump and 30,000 supporters thanking him for record job creation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I am pleased to yield, Mr. Speaker, 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the leader of our caucus and a member of the Committee on Appropriations, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can't wish away this pandemic. We can't accept the false choice that we either reopen or lose to the virus. No, we must protect the American people and the institutions and values that we define our nation with. The HEROES Act provides us a path forward. We will save lives with testing, tracing, and treatment. We'll protect our communities by supporting our teachers, police, and frontline workers. We will bring relief to families by providing them financial aid, food, rent relief, and health care. And we will protect the sanctity of our democracy by honoring every American's vote. We vote today knowing we have more hard days ahead and more work to do to ensure we don't just return to normal, but that we emerge stronger, more just, and more prepared for the challenges ahead. Today, we vote for our heroes, for our future, and for the people. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Kentucky and member of the Agriculture, Ed and Labor and Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, hypocrisy and irresponsibility are alive and well today in this chamber. At the same time, Nancy Pelosi is calling for oversight of the $3 trillion we've already spent. She's bringing up a reckless bill to spend $3 trillion more. Much of this bill has nothing to do with COVID-19. Instead, this bill is a radical Democrat wish list. Permanent mail-in voting, amnesty and stimulus checks for illegal immigrants, and more incentives for Americans not to work. Across America, citizens are coming together to help their friends and neighbors. And for all its faults, Congress did come together in a bipartisan way to pass numerous measures to fight this pandemic. But Speaker Pelosi has broken that spirit of cooperation. In choosing to play partisan politics and go at this one alone, she has set a terrible example for a nation in crisis. Instead of pausing the spending to evaluate our needs and engage with President Trump and the Senate, we are here today simply to appease their fringe elements of the Democrat Party. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Illinois, a member of the Committee on Appropriations, Mrs. Bustos.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A Boy Scout named Noah from Peoria, Illinois, wrote to me. He heard his city council talking about layoffs in the wake of COVID-19. Noah understands that we have failed towns like his. He wrote, quote, "Many people are going to lose their jobs. Some of those will be firefighters and police officers. That will not help my city. The city will not be safe." Noah, I hear you. Today, the United States House of Representatives hears you. With $915 billion for state and local assistance, we will help towns and cities like Noah's. We will also expand assistance to small businesses and farmers and keep families afloat. This isn't the final battle in the war against this virus, but the HEROES Act will increase American security, our food, health, and workplace security. I will vote yes. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, member of the Homeland Security and Small Business Committee and distinguished representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in every neighborhood across our country, Americans are struggling with the health and economic ramifications of the coronavirus. As schools are closed and small businesses stay shuttered, American families are just trying to make it one day at a time. Here in Congress, House Democrats are just trying to fund Planned Parenthood. American families are focused on putting food on their tables. Here in Congress, Democrats are focused on keeping Americans out of work instead of saving family-sustaining jobs. American families are working together to weather this storm. Here in Congress, Democrats would rather blame our president than hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for their role in this pandemic. Here in Congress, Democrats are wasting time that we could be using to deliver real solutions for the American people. This bill is not the answer, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, chairman of the subcommittee on the legislative branch, Mr. Ryan.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
I've got to tell you, this is absolutely unbelievable. Just a few years ago, the stock market's at 25,000. Corporate profits are the highest they've been in decades. The rich keep getting richer. And our friends on the other side said, what do we do now? Let's do a tax cut where 83% of it goes to the top 1% of the wealthiest people. Fast forward a few months, global pandemic, 36 million people unemployed, 40% of families who have a worker that makes $40,000 a year and less lose their job last month. 4 million people didn't pay their rent, and the Republican Party says, we don't have any money to help you. Are you kidding me? Where do you guys live? Food lines around the blocks at our food banks in the United States of America. 1 in 5 kids are going hungry. Your party can't even get food to them. This isn't a wish list. If it's a wish list, it's for the working class people. How about the Teamsters that are going to get a pension when this bill passes?
Gentleman's time is expired.
Their pension gets cut in half.
Gentleman's time is expired.
This is ridiculous.
Gentlewoman
You're turning
from
your
New
backs
York
on the American
reserves.
people.
The gentleman
Let's
from
be honest.
Oklahoma is recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remind my friend we work with our friends to pass 4 bills, $3 trillion in the last 10 weeks. We'd work with you again if you'd sit down and bargain with us. Sadly, you've decided not to do that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, a great member of the Ways and Means Committee and a great neighbor from the great state of Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Democrat leadership has established in this piece of legislation a new pandemic protocol for the United States Congress, the practice of reality distancing. Reality distancing is the unhealthy distance between politicians and their policies and the people they were elected to serve. While tens of millions of working families have lost their livelihoods and millions more are struggling to survive, members of Congress, who, by the way, won't miss a single paycheck, are wasting precious time on a partisan bill that's going nowhere. Furthermore, Speaker Pelosi and many of her colleagues are so anxious to appease the left and so zealous to advance their ideology, they didn't even attempt to disguise this parade of horribles that are completely out of touch with the American people. Some will suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation is so extreme and so absurd we can't take it seriously. I would submit that we can't take it seriously enough. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. This isn't just the Democrats' plan for America's recovery. This is their vision for America. I oppose it, and I pray to God none of these policies see the light of day. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Florida, the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Military Construction and Veterans Affairs, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support our best hope to prevent long-term economic damage and preserve a strong recovery. The Great Depression taught us long ago, do too little now and millions of temporary job losses will vanish for years. With nearly 90,000 dead and 36 million out of work, any half-hearted coronavirus response is a cowardly retreat. The HEROES Act is a bold response. It lays out a safe, scientific path to reopen America through vital testing, tracing, and treatment. It supports state and local governments, provides hazard pay, and puts more money in workers' and families' pockets. I'm proud this bill prevents veterans from being burdened with co-pays or cost-sharing for COVID-19 preventative treatment or services and includes critical protections for VA healthcare professionals. These heroes need help, just like the ones we count on now. First responders, healthcare and postal workers, teachers, sanitation, transit, and food service workers. We need bold action now to keep America standing. If we don't act, it will cost a whole lot more to pick this nation up off the ground later. And by the way, I find it rich that the previous gentleman actually had the nerve and the audacity to quote Maya Angelou. She is rolling over in her grave and certainly would support this bill. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my good friend from the great state of Mississippi, Mr. Guest, member of the Ethics, Foreign Affairs, and Homeland Security Committees.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would forever fundamentally alter our elections. It would provide a bailout to unsustainable pensions. It would release criminals from jail. It would provide protection and payments to illegal aliens. And it would discourage individuals from returning to work as we seek to reopen the economy. Furthermore, the $3 trillion price tag should be greatly concerning to every American. It is disappointing that the Democrats developed this legislation behind closed doors and without consulting their Republican counterparts. The Speaker has presented a partisan bill that does more to divide our nation than to address the current national crisis. The coronavirus outbreak is not a time for political posturing, but is instead a time to put country before party. Congress has worked in a bipartisan way to respond to the needs of Americans, and I hope that future negotiations will return to that level of cooperation. I intend to vote against this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, a senior member of the Committee on Appropriations, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, first let me thank Madam Chair, our Speaker, our committee chairs, Chair of the Black Caucus, Chairwoman Bass, and Robin Kelly, chairs the Health Brain Trust for the Black Caucus, for working together with myself to address the unequal impact of COVID on people of color and the poor and make sure that people and organizations rooted in our communities play the lead role in recovery, including contact tracing. We are facing the worst health and economic crisis of our lifetime. Elevated rates of infection and death are in communities of color. Heroic frontline and essential workers being paid poverty wages. Struggling small and minority-owned businesses. Millions unemployed and millions pushed into poverty. Another 30
the gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Millions unemployed and millions pushed into poverty. This House must fight for those who bear the brunt of this pandemic, not big corporations whose wealth permits them to weather this crisis. This pandemic has shone a light, mind you, on the systemic racism, inequality, and poverty endemic throughout the country. The bill includes $75 billion for testing, contact tracing, and treatment in the highest impacted areas. I'm disappointed that we did not include Congresswoman Jayapal's Paycheck and Protection Act and Health Care Act. However, The Paycheck Guaranteed Act would provide stability
The
of a
gentlewoman's
paycheck
time has expired.
through this pandemic.
The
I urge my
gentlewoman from
colleagues
New
to
York
embrace this in the
reserves.
future as we
The
move forward.
gentleman
Thank
from
you again, and I
Oklahoma
yield
is
the balance of my
recognized.
time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Arkansas, distinguished member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker and I thank my friend Mr. Cole. I rise in opposition to this legislation. Over the last 3 months, we've put together a series of bipartisan bills that are extraordinary, and they amount to $2.9 trillion in spending. And while the amount $2.9 trillion is 60%, Mr. Speaker, of what the federal government spends in an entire year, nonetheless, this bipartisan effort was essential to beat the virus and get our economy back to full capacity. Today, we vote on another $3 trillion in spending when we haven't even gotten all of the first phase of money out, Mr. Speaker, to our schools, to our hospitals, to our cities, to our states. We have not completed getting the money out to restart our economy. And yet the House majority has blocked the House from working bipartisanly and have cooked up this 1,800-page bill in the Speaker's hideaway. This proposal, much of which has nothing to do with the coronavirus, discourages work and delays our economic recovery. We need to assess our actions and bring bipartisan efforts to the floor to address
Gentleman from
the gaps.
Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished chairman from Georgia, chair of the subcommittee on agriculture, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. From the ag appropriations, the bill provides $10 billion for SNAP, $150 million for food banks, $3 billion for school food programs, $1.1 billion for WIC, $309 million for rural rental assistance. In addition, it provides $1 trillion to states, counties, cities, territories, and tribal governments, hazard pay for essential workers, free widespread testing, tracing, and treatment for every American, more direct payments to families. It requires safety in the workplace, support for really small businesses and nonprofits of all kinds. It meets the challenges of COVID-19 for every single American. I urge my colleagues to vote for it. It's a good bill. It's a good bill for America. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, member of the Budget, Education, Labor, and Veterans Committees.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 months, Americans have shown resilience, grit, and patience. The viral and economic data project that we now can begin a safe, soft reopening of our economy. President Trump's inclusionary, data-based leadership in this fight is helping to protect both lives and livelihoods. Congress has also responded effectively in mitigating the effects of this public health and economic emergency. I'm extremely disappointed, however, that this House Democrat bill was drafted with not only Republican input, but no input from the American people. Where is the investment for transportation infrastructure? Where's the funding to get our children back to school or to support small businesses to open their businesses safely? Today, President Trump announced Operation Warp Speed to develop a vaccine for this virus. Where is this House's investment towards finding a cure? Instead, this partisan wish list allows illegal immigrants to receive stimulus checks, removes local controls of elections, and somehow cannabis is mentioned 68 times. What in the world cannabis has to do with this crisis, I don't know. This is another bill going nowhere. The American people deserve
Gentleman's
better,
time's expired.
Especially
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Jersey, a member of the Committee on Appropriations, Ms. Watson Coleman.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. I'm grateful to see us take up the HEROES Act today. From state aid to essential pay, this is a step forward, making sure every American makes it through this crisis. But I want to draw our attention to something equally pressing. On both sides of the aisle, this pandemic has allowed us to agree that there's a floor below which we don't want any family to fall. The truth is that before COVID-19, countless Americans were just a personal or local or national disaster away from not paying rent, not buying groceries, or worse. COVID-19 is just one more crisis derailing their lives, particularly those of brown and black communities. Supporting America.
Time's expired. Gentlewoman from New York.
I urge
reserves.
support of the bill, and I yield
The
back.
gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished member from Michigan, member of the Financial Service Committee, Mr. Huizinga.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this $3 trillion liberal partisan wish list. With our nation facing an unprecedented challenge, this bill erodes the American people's faith in government when the Speaker refuses to work on a bipartisan manner to move our nation forward. Giving money to Planned Parenthood, creating marijuana diversity studies, permanently rewriting our nation's elections law have nothing to do with the challenges we are currently facing, and certainly do not help West Michigan job creators or their employees. Sadly, provisions in this bill actually disincentivize small businesses from reopening or helping people get back to work in a safe and responsible manner. What the manufacturer in Kentwood, the pizza shop owner in Muskegon, or the farmers and growers that I heard from across West Michigan expect is for Congress to take a reasonable and responsible approach. That is not what is happening here today. This mother of all Christmas tree bills isn't the HEROES Act. In fact, it should be called the Cynical Partisan Act of 2020 and has absolutely no chance of becoming law. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this bill and turn our focus to helping our constituents, safely reopening our economy,
From
and
Oklahoma
defeating this
reserves,
virus.
and the gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1
Thank you, Mr.
minute.
Speaker. There's been a lot of discussion this morning about the HEROES Act as a political agenda. It's an agenda for the people of this country, providing economic relief to families who are suffering with direct cash payments, providing resources to protect our heroes on the front lines who are risking their lives to protect us, providing desperately needed money to cities and states to protect against tax increases at the state and local level to make up for revenue losses, expanding testing and treatment to defeat this pandemic, supporting hospitals at the center of this crisis, rental and mortgage assistance for those struggling with these payments. So the question is, this is the agenda for the people. The real question is, why is it not your agenda? This is about responding in a comprehensive way to the hurt and devastation this pandemic is causing. You ought to join us in this effort. The American people need action now, and they need your support on this legislation. Vote yes on the HEROES Act. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just remind my friend we did join him in 4 bills. Might have been nice to be asked to be joined in a 5th. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Tennessee and member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. COVID-19 should never be a political issue, yet today Democrats have put forth an 1,800-page bill filled with their wish list of policies drafted with zero input from House Republicans. Now's the time to get serious about helping the American people. We should be returning to Washington to get back to vote to what we were elected to do, not vote on a messaging bill that have absolutely no chance of becoming law. Our country deserves better. This bill was not a sincere effort to address the pandemic. It's why I will be voting against Speaker Pelosi's wish list bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Florida, member of the Committee on Appropriations, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the COVID pandemic has brought so much grief and desperation to so many people. And we've seen millions of Americans have rightfully stayed home to stay safe. Our healthcare personnel, our police, our firefighters, our teachers, and other vital workers, they've been in full force, many risking their own lives to save ours. Today, we make sure that these heroes on the front line get the pay that they need and deserve to do their jobs. I urge passage of the HEROES Act, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winthrop, who's a member of the Ways and Means Committee and has rendered distinguished service to our country and to our institution.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 months, Ohioans have made countless sacrifices and stepped up to help each other in many, many ways. They flattened the curve, and now they want to get back to work smartly and safely. In the same vein, Americans need their representatives here in this body to be back to work, too. We should be working on legislative solutions that mark the first phase, phase one of the recovery and reopening of the United States. Much of this partisan bill has nothing to do with COVID-19 or the current crisis facing so many Americans. This bill, sadly, paints a vision for this nation that does not match our great history. The situation that we find ourselves in requires our best from all of us. This bill fails that test. Let's make this our finest hour. Show what we can do, not what we can't do. I oppose this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, a member of the Committee on Appropriation, Mr. Cuellar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Twain said many years ago, "Thunder is impressive, but it's lightning that does the real work." Look, we can talk about doing things or we can get the work done. I think today we should choose to get the action done. This is the first step that we need to take in order to help the folks that live in our district, the small businesses, the cities and the counties, and the frontliners. We know what's going to happen. We're going to go ahead and pass this bill, this particular bill. It's going to go over to the Senate. We'll negotiate with the Senate. We'll come back, and sometime in the near future, we'll be voting, and this particular bill will become law. So, members, we can either talk about doing things, or we can take the first step. I choose to take the first step and get this bill moving. So, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you so much, and I ask all members to support this legislation, the HEROES Act. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Tennessee, Mr. Rose of the Financial Services Committee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will be voting no on an 1,800-page, $3 trillion socialist wish list. This wish list is the product of partisan scrambling meant to take advantage of the present crisis brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. I and the people in my district won't stand for it. I'm from Tennessee, where we balance our budgets, we don't write checks we can't cash, and where common sense is still king. Today, I'll be using that common sense to represent the people of the 6th District of Tennessee and vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Michigan, a member of the Committee on Appropriations, Ms. Lawrence.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the HEROES Act. This bold relief package recognizes the commitment to our Postal Service, providing critical emergency funding for the fiscal solvency of the Postal Service to ensure we fulfill our democratic duties to be counted in the 2020 census and vote in the upcoming primary. It also demonstrated that we will stay committed to our local governments to have the resources that they have lost during this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, this investment is for our families, for our communities, and for our countries. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, Mr. McClintock of California, member of the Judiciary and Natural Resources Committee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, $3 trillion divided by 129 million households means the average family will have to pay more than $23,000 for this single bill, either from their future taxes or from inflation robbing their savings and retirements. Now, when we passed the last bill, I warned it was no substitute for restoring our nation's commerce immediately for a simple reason. The federal government does not finance the economy. The economy finances the government. Government cannot put a single dollar into the economy that it is not first taken out of that same economy. The wholesale lockdown of the American people and the deliberate decimation of their livelihoods has been the single most self-destructive folly in our nation's history. These draconian measures have proven much less effective at stopping the virus than we were assured, but have been much more effective at destroying the jobs that people rely upon to feed their families. We have had enough. Democrats, don't take away our future. Give us back our country.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, at least 84,000 people have died in the United States from COVID-19, and almost 40% of those deaths are nursing home residents and the valiant workers in those nursing homes. We can and we must do better. The HEROES Act included $150 million for strike teams in nursing homes struggling with outbreaks, requires public reporting of cases and deaths and PPE availability and testing in nursing homes, prioritizes testing for older Americans. I urge my colleagues
Gentlewoman's
to vote
time's
yes.
expired. Gentlewoman from New York.
And I yield back.
Reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of California, Mr. LaMalfa, member of the Agriculture and Transportation Infrastructure Committee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to my colleague from Oklahoma. Members, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a grab bag of Democrat priorities that have nothing to do with abating this virus. One of the most misplaced ones, however, is the addition of the Safe Banking Act, which, if enacted, would financially green-light the marijuana industry. Think about that. Marijuana is still an illegal drug under the federal Schedule I, yet this bill attempts to legitimize this criminal enterprise. What's next? Should we have safe banking for whale oil or shark fin sales? Again, what does this have to do with the supposed disaster relief legislation? As well, this bill contains H.R. 1 wish list items, including ballot harvesting, a shady practice where campaign operatives go door-to-door asking or even coercing people's private ballots. How is this door-to-door practice supposed to mitigate spreading the virus? The whole premise of this bill supposedly being included in a $3 trillion emergency package. Vote no on this. These are items that have nothing to do with what we should be prioritizing in this time of crisis. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Bera.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, as a doctor and public health expert, I know we don't defeat this virus until we have a safe and effective vaccine. It's time for the United States to work with the rest of the world to develop that vaccine and inoculate the world. This bill allows U.S. global leadership to reemerge. The president may not want to lead, but let the world know the United States Congress is ready to lead and work with CEPI and the rest of the world to defeat this virus. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the state of Florida, member of the Small Business and Transportation Infrastructure Committees, Mr. Spano.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in staunch opposition to H.R. 6800, the largest spending package ever considered and crafted without any input from Republicans in Congress. COVID-19 is impacting all Americans, and overcoming the crisis requires input from all their representatives. However, the Speaker and Democratic Party are clearly not focused on confronting the pandemic. Instead, they're exploiting the crisis to accomplish political goals rather than protect the American people. In this bill, Democrats include nearly $1 trillion to bail out blue states and cities for years of irresponsible spending. It prevents states from requiring voter IDs and requires same-day voter registration. And nowhere in this 1,800-page bill did they find room for basic pro-life protections included in appropriations bills since Roe v. Wade. This all on top of potentially freeing murderers and rapists. This bill steals money from the many to further the priorities of the few and then seeks to change election laws so they can do it all over again. And for these reasons, I vehemently oppose the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the HEROES Act. The mayors and local leaders in California's 39th and across America are asking for Congress to help their cities and towns. The HEROES Act will do that by providing $870 billion in direct funding to states, cities, and counties, and it will give them the flexibility to use the funding where it can do the most good. This is what our leaders in the 39th are asking for because it will allow them to make crucial programs and adequately fund public safety in order to protect our citizens. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, colleague from my state, the great state of Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, member of the Budget, Natural Resources, and Small Business Committees.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, I thank my colleague from Oklahoma for doing a great job today. When I look at this so-called HEROES Act, I don't see legislation honoring heroes. I see an 1,800-page bill that takes 40 hours to read, written with zero bipartisan input. I see socialist fantasies from previous rejected bills. I see a mortgage on our children's future financed by China, the very foreign adversary responsible for the crisis in the first place. This bill was formed outside the collaborative nature of the House of Representatives. It was proposed without going through committee or the amendment process, and no one, including the Democrats, knows what's in it. Passing a $3 trillion spending bill written behind closed doors in the Speaker's office sets a dangerous precedent that will have generational consequences. This is nothing more than a publicity stunt. This bill shows no bipartisan strategy for economic recovery. We should keep the House in session until we craft real bipartisan legislation that gets our country back up and running. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, a Vice Chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the HEROES Act. As reported in Newsweek on Tuesday, my beloved Brooklyn has the distinction of having more deaths due to COVID-19 than any county in the United States, with a death toll exceeding 46 entire states. Over 4,000 souls have departed due to the dreadful virus. The HEROES Act provides crucial relief support for our heroes, COVID-19, on the front lines, who extended it to us, a lifeline at great risk to their own lives. While this legislation does not include the Paycheck Guarantee Act, I believe that we must pass this bill.
Gentlewoman's time is expired.
This is not the time for red or blue
The gentlewoman from New
COVID
York
knows no political
yields,
leaders.
and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have additional speakers on the way, but they're not here, but I will reserve the balance of my time for them.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Let me tell you something that's in this bill. There's a repeal of about a $100 billion tax break for the richest people in this country that Trump and McConnell snuck in CARES 1. We didn't see it at first. We found it. We put out a letter asking for support. Did we get one Republican to say, yes, I want to join you and get rid of that $100 billion tax break for 80% of the people make $1 million a year or more? Had nothing to do with coronavirus. Not a one of you. You ought to be for that. That's thievery. That's robbery. Jesse James wouldn't need a mask, because if he came here, Trump and McConnell didn't have on a mask. They stole from the American people $100 billion for millionaires and billionaires.
Expired.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just advised my friend if he's worried about tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires, he might want to get rid of the SALT deductions in this current bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Georgia, Mr. Carter, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee and the only pharmacist in Congress.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the HEROES Act. This legislation ignores the fundamental issues affecting our country. It is a harmful misallocation of congressional efforts and ignores the plight of the American people. For instance, this package references cannabis more times than it does jobs. It includes hundreds of billions to bail out states, which may be needed, but it is not even ensuring that there are guardrails to prevent reckless behavior and waste. It extends increased unemployment benefits well past the targeted reopening of the country, forcing businesses to compete with government programs for employees. This package would allow illegal immigrants access to direct payments, and it would move to federalize elections. These are just a handful of examples of the misguided and dangerous policies included in this legislation. We have allocated trillions of dollars in aid, and significant amounts of that still hasn't gone out the door. Now is the time to discuss solutions for the problems facing the American people, not a partisan wish list.
15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time. Now is the time for us to discuss solutions for the problems facing the American people, not to put out partisan wish lists. I urge my colleagues to oppose this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Their priority is corporate liability. Ours is helping to save a nation. They say wait. Wait for what? The virus to stop spreading? It won't. To wait for another 36 million Americans to have to file for unemployment? To wait for another million businesses to collapse? For another 86,000 Americans to die? The time to act is now if we're going to save this economy and protect public health and safety. Not to dither, not to wait. The virus won't.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just advised my very good friend from the great state of Virginia. We didn't wait. We worked with you and passed 4 bills. You are wasting time. You're wasting time. You've brought a bill here you know will not pass the Senate. The President will not sign. You decided not to work with us. So please don't accuse us of delay. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, member of the Ed and Labor and Natural Resource Committees.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. The United States of America has generated more prosperity than every other nation in history combined. That's because our divinely inspired system of government prioritizes individual rights through a republic that has representation, employs market principles and property rights, and backs it up with the rule of law. The sponsors of today's legislation is using a pandemic as an excuse to propose spending $3 trillion on policies that reverses or undermine all three. Now, we all know it's not going to become law, but instead it's part of a strategy to set the initial negotiation bar so outrageously to the left that the end negotiated result would transform our republic to a socialist, remotely governed republic. When I disagree with legislation content, I often consider compromise. But in this case, there's only one reasonable response, and that's no.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I disagree with the legislative content, I often consider compromise. But in this case, there's only one reasonable response, and that's a no vote. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cox.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the working families of the Central Valley and the 86,000 Americans who have died don't have the luxury of waiting for the White House, Leader McConnell, or my friends on the other side of the aisle to sit around and let more Americans die or go bankrupt. The fact is, Democrats are showing leadership in a plan that puts Main Street before Wall Street and takes care of the families who did nothing to cause this crisis, but are paying with their lives. I urge my colleagues to support this bill so we can recharge our efforts to test, track, and treat, which is the only way to reopen our nation safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Alabama and chairman of the Republican Policy Committee, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
I oppose this bill because it constitutes a threat to our national security. On March 26, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis reported that our debt to GDP was already at 106.8%. Since that time, Congress added over $2 trillion. If this $3 trillion left-wing dream come true bill were to become law, it would likely move our debt to GDP at close to 120% by the end of this fiscal year. Debt levels of this magnitude are not sustainable. Debt levels of this magnitude will be a threat to Social Security and Medicare. Debt levels of this magnitude will reduce household income. And debt levels of this magnitude threaten our national security. Once upon a time, there was a bipartisan agreement about this. Former secretaries of defense across multiple administrations all warned that our debt will compromise our national security capabilities. It is foolhardy to ignore these warnings that the single biggest threat to our national security is our national debt. America has enemies, and despite all the illusions of some, China is foremost among them. If this bill were to become law, it would undermine our ability to maintain our military superiority.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
The gentleman, an additional 15 seconds, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
If this bill were to become law, it would undermine our ability to maintain our military superiority over China. In that regard, if Xi Jinping had a vote in this chamber, he would be an enthusiastic yes. Thank God he does not. But we do. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we don't act boldly, we will spend the next decade recovering from this crisis, and many families and many communities may never recover. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are right about one thing. This is our vision for America. An America where people can pay their rent and mortgage and buy food for their children, where businesses will reopen and create jobs, where our cities can pay our firefighters, our paramedics, and our teachers next month, and where people can vote without risking their health and their lives. America is great because in times of crisis, we come together to meet the challenge. We do big things. Let us meet this moment. Let's pass this bill.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Pennsylvania, member of the Agriculture and Education and Labor Committees, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Mr. Cole for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this legislation. Through CARES and the previous relief packages, Congress has already approved. The federal government has acted swiftly to address our most pressing needs as a result of the coronavirus. Our efforts thus far have been about three things: saving lives, saving jobs, and saving our economy. These bills were negotiated in good faith and passed with overwhelming bipartisan support to provide immediate resources and a lifeline to families, workers, businesses, and the states. Mr. Speaker, the legislation on the House floor today is not in the same bipartisan spirit of addressing the urgent needs of the Americans during the coronavirus pandemic. It is written without input from the minority and prioritizes divisive partisan policies over real relief for Americans. One division I'm concerned about is agriculture. Instead of simply supporting farmers, ranchers, and the effectiveness of our feeding programs, which is where our focus should be, the bill ties the hands of the USDA. These partisan policies have no place in a relief package, and this legislation is dead on arrival in the Senate. As we begin to open up our economy, Congress must continue combating the virus and getting Americans back to work.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Gentleman, an additional 15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
We also could be doing more for working individuals by including my legislation, the Ag Chain Act, which would suspend federal income tax and payroll taxes for essential workers during this pandemic. However, today's legislation was drafted and introduced with unnecessary haste and lacks bipartisan support to become law. I'm voting no on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the HEROES Act because it recognizes the human sacrifice of our families, our teachers, our postal workers, our police. It recognizes the human suffering. In my own counties of Berks County, 207 are dead. In Montgomery County, 608 are dead. Included in that number is my own mother-in-law, dead of COVID earlier this month in a local nursing home, without the ability of her family to be at her side. And it recognizes the heroes all around us, like the staff at that nursing home who stood by and took care of Joan in a loving way when the family...
Gentlewoman from New York. Gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
I thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting yes on this bill to send nearly $40 billion to my hard-hit state of Pennsylvania. I urge all of our colleagues to do the same.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have additional speakers on the way. They're not yet arrived, so I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. DelBene.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. The HEROES Act will help workers stay connected to their employer, their paycheck, and their benefits. This bill includes an expanded employee retention tax credit. By building on this existing and bipartisan program, we help businesses keep their employees on the payroll through the end of the year and reduce unemployment. The bill also expands the child tax credit to help families and reduce child poverty. These policies, along with support for essential public services, expanded testing, and contact tracing, are reasons why I will be voting yes. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma continues to reserve. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We in Michigan have been devastated by this virus. We were third for the number of cases in the country for weeks, and until this week remained third in the number of deaths. 2 million people are unemployed, and lives have been forever changed. The chair of the Fed said this week that if we don't want this economy to be ruined, we need to invest now, and that is what this bill does. It's not perfect, but the people of my district need help, and they need it now. There are pension provisions in here that are not perfect, that help some
Gentlewoman's
members of labor
expired.
and not others.
Gentlewoman
but I
from New
urge
York
my colleagues to vote
reserves.
for this bill.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend from the great state of Georgia, Mr. Heiss, a member of the Natural Resources and Oversight and Reform Committees.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma. The federal government has a responsibility to help both individuals and businesses through this crisis because it's the government that shut down the economy. But I do have deep concerns with the way in which we're attempting to go about this. We've already spent an unprecedented amount of money, $3.6 trillion at an unprecedented rate, and now we have a monstrosity, and we've yet to have a serious discussion as to how we're going to pay for this massive debt. And in this bill, $3 trillion, 1,800 pages, zero input from the minority, from the Senate or the White House, drafted behind closed doors, and just very little time to review it. And as ranking member of the GovOps committee, I want to focus on the Postal Service. The Postal Service does not need a bailout. They need reform. It needs reform. We have 12 consecutive years of losing money in the Postal Service, and it was not caused by this pandemic. It is a deeper pandemic within the Postal Service, and they've got
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
An additional 15 seconds, Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. This is an issue that we've got to resolve, not with just bailout of $25 billion. They have $9 billion sitting in the bank over there. This is our time to be responsible with the people's money, and I urge my colleagues not to support this bill. And with that, I yield back. Now,
Gentleman yield. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espeal.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HEROES. $15 billion for transit agencies, including $3.8 billion for the MTA. That's a good thing. $2 billion for deep cleaning for public housing, such as NYCHA. That's a good thing. Another round of stimulus checks, $1,200 plus another $1,200 for children. That's a good thing. $10 billion for additional grants for small businesses. That's a good thing. $7 billion for child care, a good thing. And $100 billion for emergency rental assistance. That's an extremely good thing. Help for New York State, New York City.
Fired.
I rise in support of our heroes. This is a good thing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time for the moment.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlewoman from Texas
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
is
you, Mr.
recognized for
Speaker.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't hear the suffering happening in our communities. Communities like El Paso, vulnerable communities that need more testing, more tracing. This bill does that. It provides that necessary step to safely reopening our economies. It also provides $1 billion for my community of El Paso, Texas, $35 billion for the state of Texas. For this and many other reasons, we need to look at this as one step in a long journey, a painful journey, but one that we're in together. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just remind my friends we actually do hear. That's why we worked with you to pass 4 straight bills. Be willing to work with you again. You chose not to do that. You chose to bring to the floor a bill you know will not be taken up by the Senate, will not be signed by the President. So let's abandon that course and go back to where we were at. We worked together. We got a lot done, short period of time. I think that's what the American people want us to do. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to tell my good friend, whenever you're ready to sit down, I'm very happy to work with you. But right now, I'm ready to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation. Much talk, some facts. In California, $54 billion deficit by the state government. The counties I represent are reeling in their deficit. We need this bill. Otherwise, we're going to see hospitals, we're going to see first providers, police and fire laid off. Many say this bill is dead on arrival. If we do not move this bill, the death will be in our districts. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my very good friend from California, but we live in a system right now of divided government. We have a Democratic House, certainly has a voice in anything that's done. We have a Republican Senate, so does it. We have a Republican president. We've proven that we can work together. We did for 4 straight bills, extraordinary amount of time, largest single bill in American history. So it's not as if the two sides don't know how to do this. For whatever reasons, my friends chose to decide to move alone. Well, you can certainly do that through this chamber, and that's your right to do. I respect that. That's what you want to do. But if you think moving alone without Republicans will get you anywhere in the United States Senate or at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, I would just suggest that's probably not the case. So again, we know how to do this. We've proven we can do it. An extraordinary job by all concerned on both sides of the House to get those 4 bills done. Nobody works better, by the way, in a bipartisan sense than my good friend, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee. And nobody works with her better than my good friend, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. I'd suggest the rest of us probably should clear out for a while, let those two work together. Bet you we could get a bill that would actually pass. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the richest country in the world is facing a looming humanitarian crisis. Hunger looms large in the land, Mr. Speaker. The bill provides a $14 billion solution with a humanitarian response to feed the hungry. Homelessness looms large. Evictions are afoot. The bill provides $100 billion to keep people in their homes. The humanitarian crisis necessitates a humanitarian response. This bill provides that response. I'm proud to yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you
is
very much,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. I reserve for the moment.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Holland.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the HEROES Act. The administration's failed response to this crisis causes heartbreak, financial stress, and lays bare the disparities in our country. 2 Dinesh sisters didn't get treatment in time and died. Their sons will live without their mothers. A single mom in my district lost her job and couldn't get help because of her status. The HEROES Act meets this challenge at the level it demands. When I vote today, I will think of all the families and all of the essential workers, the people who stock our groceries and keep us fed. Mr. Speaker, we must pass this bill, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to my very good friend, distinguished member from Pennsylvania and distinguished veteran in service to this country, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute and a half, 1.5 minutes.
I thank the great gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you this bill, among other things, we can talk about all the wish list of things that are in it. I'm sure many have and many will. But I want to talk about the $1 trillion of additional spending to the states and talk about my state of Pennsylvania, where we spent and sent billions of dollars, where right now the governor is holding hostage that money that's supposed to go directly to the counties. He won't give it to the counties who are going bankrupt right now. But what he is doing, Mr. Speaker, is making sure that our nursing home patients get exposed to COVID-19. It's a directive in Pennsylvania. If they have COVID-19 and the hospital releases them, they have to go back to the nursing home. So our nursing homes are 74% across the state. 74% of the deaths in Pennsylvania are because of the governor's policy. Meanwhile, he says he doesn't have enough money. We're going to spend more money in Pennsylvania when the money hasn't already been spent. Oh, by the way, the unemployment compensation money that we sent to Pennsylvania takes 41 days right now to have your claim answered. People cannot exist on policies and promises. They need money. Mr. Speaker, spending more money, sending more money to buttress failed policies don't fix the policies. They don't fix anything. They don't help anyone. Let's fix the policies. Let's make sure that people get the money that we've sent to them instead of just sending more to the governor who's going to extort the counties and kill our elderly. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, a senior member of the Homeland Security and Judiciary Committees.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
We heard on this floor, Mr. Speaker, God bless America. And now we know that America is sick and needs that blessing. Her lives, her livelihood are sick. This is not Speaker Pelosi's bill. This is America's bill. And I am glad to stand here and support heroes who will get $200 billion, including transit workers. I'm glad that we'll get more direct payments, $6,000 to families that are desperate. I'm glad that there will be testing and contact tracing that will help save lives. I'm glad that local governments, my mayor is suffering $375 billion. And
The gentlewoman's time's expired. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the HEROES Act. Why? Because our firefighters and first responders are heroes. They deserve to remain employed. Because our frontline and healthcare workers are heroes. they deserve to have more testing and PPE. Our small business people are heroes too, and they deserve relief also. Heroic people need our action today. Inaction would not be heroic. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 30 seconds to Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman from New Jersey. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today at an unprecedented time. First, I want to thank those frontline and essential workers, those who are working each and every day on the retail lines, certainly those who are working to keep our lights on. But this HEROES Act will provide New Jersey the much-needed help it deserves and needs. Second in the nation, almost 10,000 people have been impacted this in a way that we'll never forget it. But we know for workers, this will take care of OSHA, so they have a safe workplace. For families, so they have food, that SNAP benefits increase. For small businesses, emergency grants. But most importantly, we together as a country will get past this if we work together.
Gentleman's time. Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my great friend from the great state of Kentucky, Mr. Barr, distinguished member of the Financial Services Committee.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for 2.5 years, Americans have heard Democrats in this House criticize the historic tax cuts for exploding the debt. They've listened to Democrats repeat that criticism, even as individual income tax revenues actually rose by $22 billion over CBO projections. But today, Speaker Pelosi proposes a bill that is so reckless, so outrageous, and so fiscally irresponsible that it will add $3 trillion to our national debt overnight. And instead of hearing about the deficit or even concerns about this pandemic, struggling Americans are watching House Democrats push for legislation to legalize voter fraud, give stimulus checks to illegal immigrants, bail out mismanaged state and local governments, and restore tax breaks to blue state millionaires and billionaires. So to taxpayers across America, if you've ever had any doubt about where Democrats in this House actually stand on deficits and the debt, watch today's vote. Instead of surrendering our country to socialism, we need to reopen our economy and allow Americans to safely get back to work. The government cannot sustainably respond to this crisis or any crisis unless and until we have taxpayers who are actually working.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from New York. Gentlelady from New York. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 6800 is anything but a wish list for Democrats. Instead, the HEROES Act means everything to the people in all of our congressional districts. States and cities across our country are losing revenue that will lead to a loss of services and our safety. The funding in this bill shores up those services and our security, especially for our small cities. The PPP benefits the small businesses, but it needs to be expanded and easier to understand. This bill provides those improvements as well as more testing and tracing, help for renters and owners, broadband for kids, purchases for farmers, and protections for farm workers. So when you call this a wish list, know that it's our constituents that are wishing for this funding so that they can fight and defeat this
from
pandemic.
New York
Thank you, Mr.
reserves,
Speaker. I yield back.
and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's nobody I respect more than my good friend from California. He's a bipartisan person by nature and instinct. All I would advise him is to resume what you did that worked before. Go back to operating in a bipartisan manner, sit down with us, negotiate. We'll actually get something done for the American people. What you're doing now is partisan, one-sided, no Republican input, dead on arrival in the Senate, not going to be signed by the president. That's not a productive use of time. Maybe a political choice, maybe smart politics. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe. But it's certainly not going to result in legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. I reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Americans are suffering enough from this pandemic.
They deserve the best policy to help them. Even if infection rates go down in May and June, unemployment will keep going up. The Paycheck Recovery Act would protect our capitalist economy, which the virus is attacking. It would preserve businesses and give workers what they need most, their paychecks, so they can provide for their families. The HEROES Act should have used this approach, but I know our states and local governments and our frontline workers cannot wait for federal help. I therefore support this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the HEROES Act, our fifth coronavirus AIDS package. Right now, Americans are losing loved ones, jobs, their health insurance, and their patients. The only aid that they will get is whatever we provide them. Government exists to help the country in times of great need, and there might not ever be a greater time in our lifetime than right now. I'm shocked that many of my Republican colleagues seem not to care. The price might be high, but the price of doing nothing is always higher. Our constituents count on us to do the right thing.
The gentleman's time
has expired.
The bill is
Right for the American
Gentlewoman from
workers,
New York
American
reserves.
families,
Gentleman
and
from
American
Oklahoma
business.
is recognized.
And with that,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Eagle County to Gilpin County and every community in between, our communities are looking to us to help them weather this crisis. These aren't red counties, they're not blue counties, they are American counties. This bill is about helping all of America, and in particular, the American heroes who are standing up for us every day, the firefighters, the nurses, the first responders, the teachers, and so many more. They continue to stand up for us. Let's stand up for them. Please, let's pass this bill. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, New York has been ravaged by the COVID-19 pandemic. My constituents in New Rochelle, New York, were the original New York hotspot and has suffered greatly both health-wise and economically. I've worked tirelessly since the last CARES Act to help my constituents and bring as many resources as I can back to the Bronx and Westchester. This includes about $5 billion for hard-hit New York hospitals and $76 million for New York's community health centers. With today's vote, the House makes clear its commitment to continue helping the heroes of this pandemic and our state even further. The HEROES Act finally makes whole our state and local governments with nearly $34 billion in funding for New York and an additional $32 billion for local assistance. It provides billions in hazard pay for the brave frontline workers who have kept us going through this crisis, and it also allocates billions more for the 3 T's, testing, tracing, and treatment, keys to revising our economy. The bill also includes provisions I specifically requested and authored, including an additional $5 billion in education funding for New York to help prevent layoffs and program cuts, provisions to protect the medical supply chain, and increased Medicaid payments for safety net New York hospitals. What's more, New York will benefit greatly from a provision in this bill which repeals SALT, the caps on state and local taxes, deductions, something we have fought hard for since the GOP tax scam passed 3 years ago. In addition to the already mentioned provisions, there is an additional $175 billion in housing aid, including the $100 billion in rental assistance that I and other New Yorkers called for, extended unemployment benefits to January 2021, more direct stimulus payments to Americans, and billions in funding for hospitals and the Postal Service. There are pensions provisions in this bill which are controversial to some groups, and I'm hopeful this can be resolved in conference. I was pleased to see property service workers included under the pandemic premium pay for essential workers section. These workers, like janitors, security officers, residential door persons, and others, are often overlooked but are crucial in keeping buildings and facilities up and running. Please vote yes.
From New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
I rise today in support of the HEROES Act. COVID-19 has ravaged communities, businesses, and families. We will be reeling from the economic aftershocks of the coronavirus for many months to come. The HEROES Act will provide desperately needed relief to stabilize our fragile economy and protect essential workers. It will put us on the right path to economic recovery, a recovery that reduces food insecurity, compensates essential workers for risking their lives to do their jobs, and helps prevent counties and municipalities from having to lay off the workers that we rely on the most. I urge a yes vote on the HEROES Act. Let's support our heroes.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, the Vice Chair of Ways and Means.
Gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support our HEROES Act. This bill will provide $375 billion in support directly to local governments, which would mean millions of dollars for my counties and my towns in my district of Alabama. These funds will help our communities with their lost revenues while protecting the jobs of those essential workers. Mr. Speaker, I stand with the heroes and sheroes of Alabama, and I ask for all to support this bill because we are dying in numbers, and we need to make sure that we're doing all that we can to protect the lives and livelihoods of all Americans. I ask for a yes vote on the HEROES Act. Let's stand with our heroes.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To date, 10,000 New Jerseyans have lost their lives to coronavirus, 1.1 million their jobs. The toll of the pandemic on New Jersey cannot be understated, nor can the need for additional relief. That's why I fought for desperately needed aid for state and local governments, a repeal of the SALT cap, increased funding for hospitals, testing, tracing, and PPE. In these times, we must stand together as a nation. We must be bold, we must be resolute, and we must be brave. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, and the gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Republican leader of the House, my good friend, Mr. McCarthy of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Speaker Pelosi called scrutinizing China a diversion. That could not be further from the truth. First, China lied to the world about the virus. According to a recent study, 95% of this crisis would have been contained in China had not been honest. All they had to do was be honest. Imagine all the lives and livelihoods that would have been saved. Second, during the crisis, China leveraged its stockpile of personal protection equipment for their own political gain, and at the expense of our frontline workers. And third, just this week, it was reported that China is now hacking our companies and universities to try to undermine our effort to find a cure to save lives. Speaker Pelosi should withdraw her comments. Instead, she withdrew her members from what was supposed to be a bipartisan task force on China. One that we had planned and worked for more than a year long before this virus came from the distant land. Madam Speaker, addressing China is not a diversion. Justice for Americans is not a diversion. It is what we must do to protect our country. The real diversion is the proposal on the floor today. This 1,800-page, $3 trillion proposal isn't a serious attempt at making public policy. Mr. Speaker, I listened to your talk, what you had before your conference. I listened to what Speaker Pelosi told your conference to go big. Instead of going big, it seems you went crazy. This is a political messaging bill that has no chance of becoming law. That's not my opinion. That's opinion from your own members and from the media itself. And why do they have that opinion? Let's look at the flaws in this bill itself. Its central demands were written behind closed doors, predates the crisis, and are not targeted to the coronavirus. Changing election laws won't speed up the development of treatments or cures. That was your number one bill, H.R. 1. Do you remember back when you introduced that, the very first bill in Congress? Long before anyone ever heard of coronavirus. Bailing out mismanaged pensions won't keep cash-strapped Main Street afloat as Americans practice social distancing. Suspending the cap on SALT tax deductions for millionaires and billionaires won't reach the 36 million Americans who are now unemployed. You promised to do that in your campaign, not when the virus came forth. This bill has more references to cannabis industry in it than it does to jobs, even though it is jobs, not dispensaries, that are going up in smoke. Millions of more dollars earmarked for the National Endowment for the Arts. That won't stop China from hacking our companies and universities who are working towards a vaccine. America is in a serious crisis. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the House Democrats see it as a leverage to pass their socialist agenda. Mr. Speaker, Majority Whip Clyburn, who runs the independent, which I refer to as the 2.0 impeachment committee, called it a tremendous opportunity to restructure things to fit our vision. Mr. Speaker, you have a member on the other side of the aisle who authored the Green New Deal, said you absolutely love to see it, while she was cheering the loss of good jobs in the energy industry. There's another member on the other side of the aisle, the co-chair of the Progressive Caucus, said about passing more legislation, the concern. She said, for me, the leverage is that there is enormous suffering. I want to assure the American public those are not the views from this side of the aisle. We do not view the coronavirus as an opportunity to reshape and restructure government. We do not smile and cheer when people lose their jobs. And we do not think to use leverage because people are suffering. We do not see that as an opportunity to grab every philosophical idea we have that has nothing to do with coronavirus and put it into a bill. That's not who we are. Today's partisan spectacle continues a trend by, unfortunately, the Democrats that have strained Congress's relief efforts from the very beginning. History will write. In January, Democrats were too busy impeaching President Trump to pay attention to what was happening in Wuhan, China. In March, Speaker Pelosi delayed passage of the Bipartisan CARES Act for 5 days. Her obstruction cost millions to lose their jobs and politicized the process, but changed little in the bill. And in April, Democrats dragged their feet over replenishing the crucial Paycheck Protection Program for 14 days, allowing millions of jobs to be lost in the meantime and creating greater uncertainty for cash-strapped small businesses. It's time for the political games to end. It's time to put politics on lockdown and get back to legislating. 1,800 pages. I won't ask you who've read it because I know none of you saw it in committee. You will vote on the largest bill in the history of Congress with not one committee hearing, but you might argue back because your H.R. 1, your election law bill that you passed more than a year ago before the crisis, you want to put it in here. You took the time to change the rules of the floor. There's not many of us sitting on the floor today, Mr. Speaker, because of this virus. But there's more sitting on the floor today that can actually pass a bill after you pass the rules you want to change. You see, to the American public, they might not understand that when you lend your voice for 2 years for the person you vote for to represent you in Washington may no longer be the case. You see, now, after today, it only takes 20 people. 20 Democrats can hold each 10 proxies to themselves and pass anything they want. Much like what we talked here. It won't stop China from hacking our universities to slow down our ability to have a vaccine. It won't bring a new job. It may help the cannabis industry, but it won't help Main Street. Maybe it helps you in an election because you're going to take an opportunity to try to change that as well. I will warn you, though. The American public is smart. We just saw, Mr. Speaker, just this Tuesday, in a seat in California where you changed the election law there. You made it an all-mail ballot. That was okay. But when you saw the returns were not coming to the way you wanted, you protested. So you changed it. You actually put a place where people could walk in and vote, but not throughout the district. You picked one area. Where'd you pick? The most Democrat precinct in the entire district. It didn't turn out like you saw just a short time ago where a Democrat won by more than 9 points. No, it actually flipped. It flipped because the American public is frustrated. They're tired of these type of games they are seeing. They're tired of what they're seeing happening, the Congress not working. There's so many Americans, millions, who are no longer getting a paycheck, but Congress is for not working. What do you say to the Starbucks employee that works just 2 blocks from here, that shows up to work every day, but not Congress? What do you say to the drivers who bring the food to the grocery stores, or those who reshack them every night? That's essential. Or to the medical community to care for us, that's essential. What do you tell your constituents when you're going to ask them to vote for you again? That it wasn't essential for you to work? That you could have given a proxy to one of your friends who could vote for them, who they do not know, who they did not vote for, who did they not lend their voice? What will you say to the constituent in the time of need that you wrote an 1,800-page bill, that you didn't write it, a select few, not in a committee, had no oversight, and that's why it ended up talking about cannabis more than it ever mentioned a job? Yes, this bill is up in smoke and it should end that way. But we should get back to what the American people expect of us. First, to work, to earn your paycheck. And second, to make sure China never has the ability to do this again. For more than a year, I worked with the other side to create a bipartisan committee. They actually said yes. We went down to the date, we named the people, it was February. We were going to announce it, but they backed away. To the American public, I want them to know we welcome Democrats to join us on this committee. Because we know and we understand 95% of this would have never happened had they not lied. We did not invite this virus. We did not welcome it, but we will defeat it if we work together. The first thing is to work together to defeat this bill, this rule, and bring the country back in this Congress what we were supposed to do so long ago. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield to Mr. Soto, I would just like to say to the distinguished minority leader, I know what it is to see people suffer in my district. I know what it is to see people die in my district. There was too much time spent recommending Lysol and Clorox and other remedies for people who are really, really ill. So today I'm very pleased that we are working together with the leader of our party to address the pain, the suffering, the illness that is happening in our communities. And I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to Mr. Soto.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need a magic minute to say the obvious, that President Trump's response to the coronavirus has been a colossal and utter failure that has left 36 million Americans without jobs, 87,000 dead, and 1.5 million with this disease. You could drone on and on about conspiracy theories all you want, but we're going to clean up the mess. That's what the HEROES Act is about. That is what we're doing here today, backing our first responders, funding new tests, and making sure we put millions of dollars into the struggling Americans' pockets.
Reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the Republican whip, and the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Oklahoma for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, we're here talking about Speaker Pelosi's $3 trillion socialist giveaway plan. If you look at this bill, we've talked about what's in the bill. We should also be talking about what's not in the bill. And, of course, while they have $500 billion in this package for states, including many who already wrecked their economy and had billion-dollar deficits prior to COVID-19, $500 billion to bail them out. And keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, we already gave, working together, $150 billion to those states, and they haven't even spent all that money. They haven't spent all that money, but in this bill, $500 billion to bail out states who were failing prior to COVID-19. What's not in this bill, Mr. Speaker? Money to hold China accountable for this whole mess. No money in this bill to hold China accountable. But again, what's in this bill? Billions of dollars for people who are here illegally. Just look at this one page in the bill, just one page, 2-word change that makes accessible hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars to people here illegally. It's in the bill. And just what happened the other day, let's talk about American companies that they're going after right now. Just a few days ago, the Democrat majority sent a target letter to a number of businesses who employ blue-collar workers all around America. Steel company right here in Pennsylvania and Ohio and New York. Steel workers, and they demanded in the letter, we ask you return these funds immediately. So hundreds of steel workers will go out of work based on the letter the Democrat majority sent out, and today they're saying illegals can get that money. So you're taking it away from steel workers, shipbuilders, truck drivers, and you're turning around and giving it to people here illegally? What kind of set of priorities is that in the middle of a pandemic? Again, what's in the bill? You've got hundreds of billions of dollars for all these other things. Billions for taxpayer funding of abortions in the bill. What's not in the bill? Money to bring jobs back from China, PPE.
You just saw the president yesterday in Pennsylvania celebrating a company that's making PPE. So much of that is made right now in China. We're trying to bring that back because China is using their leverage to hold us hostage, not sending PPE, not sending life-saving drugs. How about we make that in America? But no, there's no money in this bill for that. But then in this bill, mandates that states do things that would wreck their election laws, things like forced mail-out ballots, again, to people here illegally, telling states they can't have integrity laws that would require a picture ID, Mr. Speaker. To get into the Democrat National Convention, you'll need to show a picture ID, but if your state says you have to show a picture ID to vote, they knock that off the books. What set of priorities is that? And by the way, what does that have to do with COVID-19? My goodness, we work together to pass a bill to help families, to help small businesses and hospitals.
Let's work together and solve
Yield
this
the gentleman an additional minute, Mr.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, want to look at what is not in this bill and what is in this bill. We work together, Republicans and Democrats alike, to come up with a package of bills that will help families, small businesses, hospitals, frontline workers. We did that together, working with President Trump. And then all of a sudden, not when we were here, but when everybody was forced to work remotely, we see this package of 1,800 pages dumped on us by dark of night that does all of these things that have nothing to do with this outbreak. We should be working together to help safely reopen, like 36 states have already done successfully. Congress should be here working, leading, not working remotely. We've proven today, we proved a few weeks ago, we can be here safely doing our job like all the frontline workers are safely doing their job. Let's get this country back open safely. Let's work together to get it done. Drop this wish list. Thank goodness this will not become law, but it shows you the misguided priorities when you see a bill with so much garbage like this. Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swosey, a distinguished member of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I represent 3 of the 6 hardest counties in America. New York is the epicenter of the pandemic. As a former mayor and county executive, my biggest priorities have been to deliver funds to New York based upon the rate of infection and to eliminate the SALT cap. Both are included in the HEROES Act. Republican and Democratic governors, mayors, and local officials all support this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is the height of hypocrisy for Senator McConnell to call this a blue state bailout when my state sends billions more to the federal government every single year, often to benefit Senator McConnell's state of Kentucky. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. It includes funding for state and local governments, for our healthcare workers, cops, firefighters, and teachers, those on the front lines working for us. The tax provisions in this bill help small businesses pay their fixed costs and the wages of their employees so they can keep the lights on throughout this crisis. That's why small businesses support this bill. It improves the PPP to help the small businesses and help their employees. And it includes the FEED Act, a bipartisan, bicameral bill that enables restaurants and small family farmers to feed hungry people. The HEROES Act is an investment by the federal government to help the American people get through this pandemic. Pass this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished majority leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
We have some wet. I want to dry this off and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about how there was no consultation on this bill. One of the reasons was because Senator McConnell, of course, said, let the states go bankrupt. We're not going to meet. We'll wait. We'll see. Let the municipalities go bankrupt. There was no energy on the other side of the aisle to engage once more. However, the President, Secretary Mnuchin, and others said when they signed the last bill, we needed another bill. So all this talk about not cooperating, I think is correct. But I think it's incorrect as to who didn't cooperate. Who didn't come to the table? Who said, let's wait? Who said, let the states go bankrupt? So let's not try to change the scenario here, my friends, as to who wouldn't come to the table. To date, more than 85,000 Americans have died from COVID-19. And that number grows every day. Wait, delay, pretend that this crisis has abated. That's not what the American people expect of us. More than 36 million Americans have applied for unemployment insurance over the past 8 weeks, which is more than 1 in every 5 workers in America. That's why we need to act. This is a public health and economic crisis like no other this nation has faced. And the people who are being hurt were not at fault. As one of the Republican members said, and I agree with him, the economy was shut down. It didn't go into recession or depression. We shut it down. And as a result, millions, and when I say we shut it down, the President of the United States said we needed to stay at home. He was a little late to that, but he finally said it. It's clear, therefore, that Congress has a duty to act. We have already enacted 4 major laws to address the impacts of this pandemic. And today, the House is moving forward with its next major legislative package. By the way, when Secretary Mnuchin called Senator McConnell, he didn't have a conference with us. He put $250 billion bill that Mnuchin wanted on the table. We said, fine, let's talk about it. But by the way, the hospitals need money. We need more testing. We need to take care of some other people. And finally, after offering the bill and having it fail on the Senate floor, then and only then was there a bipartisan discussion. The HEROES Act will dedicate $1 trillion towards assisting our frontline heroes by providing grants to states, cities, counties, territories, and tribal areas. If you talk to any one of them, they will say they are hemorrhaging revenues, and they need help now. As state and local government revenues decline sharply, this will not only directly support first responders, healthcare workers, but it will also keep teachers from losing their jobs as they contribute to this great national effort by blazing trails in virtual learning. Our bill would provide an additional $75 billion to ramp up a national coordinated effort for testing and contact tracing, which we should have had 3 months ago. And indeed, perhaps before that. That will be critical to any effort to reopen our economy so that we aren't back here over again confronting the fallout from this pandemic. It would also require the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, to establish a clear and enforceable standard within 7 days to require workplaces to develop and implement plans to keep workers safe on the job. We admire and we thank all those who showed up so we could stay home to try to defeat this virus. But we need to prevent employers from retaliating against people who say, it's not safe, Mr. Employer, make sure it is, which is what we're doing on this floor. The HEROES Act allocates $175 billion to help renters and homeowners afford their monthly payments and utility bills as they deal with lost income. Why do they deal with lost income? Because we shut the government down. I mean, the governors, the president, shut it down to try to defeat this virus. And very frankly, we're wearing masks to try to defeat this virus. It's a different environment. It increases SNAP benefits by 15% to help those facing hunger. All of us have seen these long lines in our districts of people who are fearful that they won't have food to put on their tables. It is time to act today for those people. And it protects our democracy by allocating additional resources to protect the 2020 census and secure our elections, as well as ensuring the Postal Service provides its essential service. Mr. Speaker, as this crisis continues, the HEROES Act will provide direct payments to give additional help to those who, through no fault of their own, are struggling to pay their bills and support their families. Now, not tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, but now. It extends for 6 additional months the unemployment compensation program created under the CARES Act, including its additional $600 per week, and expanded eligibility to self-employed, contract workers, gig workers, while providing needed funding to state agencies to handle the historic influx of new unemployment claims. They're overwhelmed. They need help now. And it strengthens the payroll protection program by making sure it can benefit underserved communities and nonprofits of any size, as well as provides $10 billion towards small business loans through the EIDL program. It protects the independence of inspectors general. Let me repeat that. This bill protects the independence of inspectors general. That's an important aspect for the American people, so they can still strengthen oversight without the fear of reprisals from this administration. Mr. Fine was fired, essentially, because they feared his neutrality and fairness. The HEROES Act also protects health care coverage by expanding COBRA subsidies so people have their health insurance, by allowing a special open enrollment period in the federal and state health insurance marketplace created under the Affordable Care Act. Mr. Speaker, this is the legislation that American people need as they face this crisis. It's a bold response to an unprecedented challenge. So far, up to this time, we have demonstrated unity in responding to those people who have been hurt so badly. I tell my Republican colleagues, with all due respect, it is not time to abandon them now. So hopefully, we need to reestablish that unity. And again, I point out, it was not us who didn't come to the table. It was our Republican friends who said, not now, let's wait, let's let some time go by. In the HEROES Act, we can say in one voice to the American people, we're in this together. You and us. You and the Congress of the United States. When the House passes this bill, I urge the Senate to work with us and with the White House. Some people say this bill won't pass in this fashion. I think that's probably right. But we have set forth proposals, and it is time, and hopefully we will do it quickly, negotiate our differences, and pass legislation to help those people without a job, faced with rent, faced with mortgage payments, faced with paying their bills. Let's make sure they know that we're in this together with them. I urge my colleagues, vote yes. Vote for the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds. Gentleman's recognized.
This is an unprecedented crisis that requires an unprecedented, bold response. The HEROES Act will support workers, families, hospitals, and cities in my district struggling to get by. Direct payments for families, extended unemployment benefits, vital funding for police, firefighters, teachers, cities, and tribal governments, and investments in testing, tracing, and treating coronavirus so we can safely get our country back to work. The American people can't wait for their savings to run dry and their businesses to go bankrupt. Vote yes today for the HEROES Act to bring relief to American families as we mitigate this public health crisis. Thank you. I yield back the
Gentleman
time.
from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Access to clean water and to clean and affordable water is essential to saving lives and stopping the spread of COVID-19. No one deserves, Mr. Speaker, to die because you are too poor to afford water. In my district alone, thousands of low-income households began this pandemic with their water shut off. Just think about it. You're being told to wash your hands 10 times a day, and you can't have access. The richest country in the world where 15 million people can't wash their hands during this pandemic. I thank my colleagues for supporting in this bill a provision.
Expired. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, 30 seconds.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I will vote yes on the HEROES Act today because it will help the small towns I represent keep our first responders on the job. And I wish that my colleagues would listen to the Republican and Democratic local leaders who are pleading with us to do that. I'll vote yes because it pays for the testing we desperately need to go back to work safely. I will vote yes because it will help every American exercise our right to vote without jeopardizing our right to life. I don't expect Senator McConnell to agree with everything in this bill, but the time has come for him to say what he would do differently,
Gentlewoman
start
from New York
negotiating and
reserves.
find common ground.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. McCarthy-Powell.
No, your time will not begin until you start speaking. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds. Full 30.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe what I'm hearing, that this bill is political and that we have to wait and that our constituents don't need help. I want my colleagues from the other side to tell my constituents in Florida that can't access their unemployment benefits that they have to wait. Tell the people that don't have food to feed their families that they have to wait. Each day that we delay, our constituents don't get the help they need. This is a bipartisan bill, and you know what? Because local municipalities are in dire need for those funds. Monroe County, Miami-Dade County are going to get the funds that they need to pay for our heroes. Firefighters, teachers, nurses, educators.
The gentlewoman
Thank you. I yield back.
from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 30 seconds.
As we face the challenge even greater than the Great Depression, it is imperative that we pass the HEROES Act today and then continue to fight. Next, I hope we tailor a specific plan to rescue America's 500,000 neighborhood restaurants and their 11 million workers. Without action soon, 80% of them will go out of business this year, causing not just more economic loss and unemployment, but irreparable damage to every community, every neighborhood in America.
Gentleman's time. Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The HEROES Act contains legislation vital to the health of the San Joaquin Valley and throughout the country by providing funding for much-needed medical education. It provides funding to protect farmers and farm workers in our food supply chain that's been turned upside down. Ag markets have shrunk, and for some, they have entirely disappeared. We need to provide support to ensure a true safety net is in place for American agriculture. Our food supply is truly a national security issue. This has never been more evident during this health care crisis. I stand ready to work with my colleagues in both the House and the Senate, to arrive at a bipartisan
from New York
compromise.
reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my
Gentleman
time.
from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Wait a minute. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
As businesses, families, and entire communities struggle, Congress must step up. The HEROES Act does just that, helping us through this crisis. Our priority is a healthy economy, but there is none without healthy workers. So this bill ensures a plan for testing and contact tracing. State and local governments will be able to pay workers on the front lines. Families will be able to get help to survive unemployment, stay in their homes, and keep their small businesses alive. We cannot afford to wait 1 minute longer.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, may I ask how much time we have on each side?
Gentlewoman from New York has 2.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Oklahoma has 4 3/4 minutes remaining.
Where is he? Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfume.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We've had a lot of talk on this floor about this bill and people pointing fingers and saying it doesn't do that and it doesn't do this. What it does do, though, is to provide real support for American heroes, our cops, our teachers, our firemen, our first responders, our state and local governments. And this is not a Democratic effort. This is an effort that is supported by Republicans, and somebody needs to say that. Republican governors, Republican mayors, and there will be Republican members of that side of the aisle that vote for this because it's the
Gentleman's
right thing.
time's expired.
Testing,
the gentlewoman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would inquire my good friend, the chairman, are you prepared to close? If not, I'll continue to reserve, but if you're prepared to close, I will close.
We're prepared to close.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my good friend, the distinguished chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, for the debate, and I thank her for her very good work. We have in front of us a product that obviously on our side of the aisle we don't agree with. We do not believe we were included in the process. Frankly, this was unveiled without any bipartisan discussions. The Senate has already indicated it's not going to be taken up over there. The President's already indicated that he has a veto threat. There are certainly elements in this bill that I can support. I want to commend my friends. Some of their work on tribal issues was very, very impressive. There's other elements there. There are things we can work on together in this bill. But my friends understand, as I think, the fundamental reality. The Democratic House, you have every right to pass anything that you want to pass. And there's lots in this bill I disagree with, but I respect your right to move it across the floor. But you have to recognize the political reality as well, Mr. Speaker. This bill is not going to be accepted in the United States Senate. This bill is not going to be signed by the President of the United States. I would suggest rather than pointing fingers at one another and disagreeing, and we do that on both sides of the aisle on occasion, that we do what we did recently. We worked together extremely well. My friend, the chairwoman, had a lot to do with that. We've provided unprecedented relief to the American people in an extraordinarily short period of time, and done it with almost no partisan dissent on this floor. Sadly, that will not be what we see today. But because we don't do it today doesn't mean we can't do it or begin to do it tomorrow or later. But it will not succeed this way. At the end of the day, I've been exactly where my friends are sitting right now. I've been in this House when we had a Republican majority in the House and a Democratic Senate and a Democratic president. And we passed a lot of things that weren't acceptable to that Democratic Senate and would never have been signed by that Democratic president. Sometimes you want to do that to make a point. This is not the time to make a point, Mr. Speaker. We're in the middle of a crisis. We need to work together. We've shown we can work together. We should actually take a great deal of pride in that. And we should go back and cooperate and move forward that way. This vehicle will not pass. But there are elements in it, working with Republicans, that could pass. There's lots of other things in here that aren't gonna. And the reality is we don't have a lot of time. I actually agree with my friends in the sense that we are in a crisis situation. It's important that the country see us act, but it's important that we act together. We've done it in a matter of weeks. We can do it again. So I will just end on a hopeful note, Mr. Speaker. We can have this exercise today. I do look on it as a partisan exercise. I do look on it as a messaging exercise. I don't look on it as a serious effort to legislate. Serious efforts to legislate in divided government require consultation and inclusion with the other party. In this chamber, that means, sadly for my friends in the majority, you got to deal with the minority. Because your ability to pass here, if anything rolls out of this chamber with Democratic-only votes, essentially, it's just simply not going to have any prospects in the United States Senate. It's never going to be signed by a Republican president. So with that, I commend my friend for all her hard work. I look forward to working with her, as we have so often done in the past, in the weeks ahead. And I hope that we can come together, pass additional relief and additional policy changes that help us through this time that has come upon us through no one's fault in this chamber. Neither party wished for this to happen. Neither party had anything to do with it happening. And frankly, when they're at their best, both parties work together to try and confront this crisis. Again, we've done that, Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks. I don't think we've forgotten how to do it, so I hope we put this chapter behind us. I urge rejection of this bill, but I also welcome my friends to the bargaining table and look forward to working with them so that we can come up with a product that not only meets the needs of the American people, but a product that also shows the American people that we can work together and put their good above all else. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. First of all, I want to say that my friend on the other side of the aisle is my friend. We've worked together, we've faced many challenges, and I do hope that we can face this challenge with direct assistance now, because in my judgment, we cannot wait. As we close debate, the American people really have heard two visions. Democrats want to send additional aid to people, the healthcare system, to students, and our heroes. People are suffering. I see it in my district. I'm sure my friends have seen it in their districts. So the Republican vision, which is wait and see. We will do something. The difference to my friends, I want to make it clear, that is not an option. 86,000 Americans have died. 36 million have lost their jobs. I see it every day. Just the other day, I spoke to friends at a nursing home. Too many people are losing their lives. So today is the day. We have an opportunity to act now. Let's vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 967, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
On that,
emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2020, and for other purposes.
For what purposes the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Is the gentleman opposed to the bill?
I'm opposed to the bill in its current form.
The gentleman qualifies. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Riggleman of Virginia moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6800 to the Committee on Ways and Means with instructions to report the same back to the House forthwith with the following amendment. In Subtitle A of Title I of Division B, strike Section 20102.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his motion.
Mr. Speaker, I offer this motion to recommit because Americans across this country are watching the steps we take in Congress. Millions of Americans need our help, and unfortunately, millions more will lose their jobs if we consider partisan wish list legislation that has no chance of becoming law. Our nation continues to battle the COVID-19 pandemic, and the strength and ingenuity of the American spirit has shown forth. We in this chamber came together to pass the CARES Act, a bipartisan aid package in March of this year. In times of crisis, Americans should come together. But that togetherness has waned and the bipartisanship has vanished. Masked in darkness and socially distanced from any review or debate, this bill is filled to the brim with progressive agenda items. Hidden amongst these poison pills is a provision that will change the ID requirement for the CARES Act rebate checks from Social Security number to taxpayer identification number. This switch will allow illegal immigrants and non-citizens to get checks they aren't eligible for. I didn't think that a global pandemic meant it was time to stop helping American citizens who are desperate for assistance. Now, more than ever, we need to make sure these rebate checks go to Americans who need it. This motion to recommit shouldn't be controversial. Unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for most federal benefits, including SNAP, TANF, and most housing assistance programs. They weren't even eligible to receive this money in the first CARES Act. The reason they are being included now is because this provision is the latest in a grab bag of liberal priorities that Democrats are trying to sneak through in this bill, but not on my watch. That's why I'm proud to offer this motion to recommit. It's time we show Americans that we will stand up and do our jobs in Congress, be the responsible leaders Americans elected us to be, not partisan headline grabbers or those who think messaging bills are more important than sensible legislation for all Americans. The authors of the bill do not intend for this to become law, makes a mockery of our responsibility to govern. Enough of the messaging bills. Let's stop playing politics and start working on solutions that will help the American people. I urge all of my colleagues to join me. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as of this morning, nearly 86,000 people in the United States have died from this virus. More than 1.4 million people have been infected, and those are just the cases we know about because of the frontline workers who are risking their lives to test as many people as possible. Unemployment is at its highest level since the Great Depression. Tens of millions of families are struggling to put food on the table and pay the rent. If you don't understand the suffering, you haven't been paying attention. Just turn on the TV, or better yet, listen to your constituents. They are demanding two things, facts and action. No matter what the president tweets, the facts of this pandemic are clear. And no matter whether Senator McConnell sees urgency or not, the time for action is now. The American people have unprecedented needs, and the federal government must step up to the plate, provide the necessary assistance to meet those needs. However, the Republicans are yet again standing in the way of helping people. They are in the same denial that led to the Trump administration's bungling of this virus. Against the weight of economic expertise, they are saying we need to slow down on spending money. Against the clear desperation of families, they are saying we need to wait and see what happens. Well, we know what's going to happen. We've seen what's going to happen. We've seen what has happened. There will be more cases tomorrow, more deaths this weekend, more economic hardship next week. But instead of worrying about these concerns, the only thing Republicans can offer is regurgitated talking points about immigration. Right now, the American people are focused on their own survival and that of their families. I want to make it very clear. COVID-19 does not discriminate or differentiate on immigration status. Our country doesn't have time for Republicans to relitigate the culture wars, regardless of background or country of origin. We need action today. People are suffering. Every day there are more cases. We need action now without further delay. I strongly oppose the motion to recommit and urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance for time. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6800 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 965, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 78, House Resolution 965, resolution authorizing remote voting by proxy in the House of Representatives and providing for official remote committee proceedings during a public health emergency due to a novel coronavirus and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 189. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ready? Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6800 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6800, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2020, and for other purposes.
The question is on the motion to recommit offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Riggleman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Gentleman from Ohio, for what purpose?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is. Does a gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are offered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 198 and the nays are 209. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 199. The HEROES bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, rise?
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute, pursuant to the instruction of Ms. Schwanza.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to be yielding to the Republican whip in just a second, but I will announce the schedule for the weeks to come. As we face the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, the House must do its duty in full and do so in a way that contributes to the safety and welfare of our people, not in any way that harms it. I want to thank each member of the House for returning to D.C. today to vote on this important legislation. Madam Speaker, members are advised no votes are expected in the House next week. Members are further advised that the House will be in session on Wednesday, May 27th and May 28th. As everyone knows, the Senate has amended the House-passed FISA bill, a very important piece of legislation, which will require the House to act again. I expect that to be considered on the 27th. I also expect conversations to continue on additional legislation addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. The House could vote on COVID-19 related bills on May 27th and 28th. I am pleased that the House has adopted a resolution to allow the committees to work remotely. I look forward to getting our committees back up and running so they can begin having hearings and markups on critical legislation. Clearly, the House, as it moves forward, needs product. I've talked to the appropriators. I know that the WRDA bill is also a bill that we are looking at moving forward. The National Defense Authorization Act is a bill that we want to see marked up. I talked to Mr. Smith tonight. So hopefully we will be moving ahead, getting product, and we'll be considering that. We have adopted some rules not only for committees but for the floor that will facilitate not only working on legislation but also the safety of our members and staff. As the gentleman knows, we have a number of must-pass bills that I've just mentioned. I think I did not mention the Surface Transportation Bill, but I did mention WRDA. As committees begin consideration of these bills, I will be in touch with members about when they will be scheduled. Beyond May 27th and May 28th, I want all members to know that they will be given 72 hours notice of when they would need to be returning to Washington, D.C. for any additional votes. I would simply say one of the reasons that we are not meeting next week, we're going to give the staff, not only of the committees, but of the House, the opportunity to determine exactly how the new rules can be carried out, not in any way to adversely affect either our Republican side of the aisle or the Democratic side of the aisle, and to reflect accurately the votes of members, whether they are able to get to Washington during this pandemic or not. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, my friend, Mr. Scalise.
Thank the gentleman from Maryland for yielding, and a couple of questions, but the first I want to ask, it's my understanding that on May the 19th next week, we are supposed to be swearing in the new members of Congress who were elected this week. You didn't mention that. Is that still going to move forward here on the House floor?
I apologize for not mentioning that. There will be pro forma sessions, and at the pro forma session on Tuesday, we will swear in the 2 new members. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for that clarification. As it relates to, and obviously we had a full debate on the floor today about this change in the proxy voting. There still were many constitutional questions raised, especially as it relates to Article 1, Section 5, which states that a majority of each House shall constitute a quorum. I would hope, although the rule is clearly passed and your side was able to pass that, doesn't mean it needs to be exercised. Because the Senate's going to be in next week, because we proved today we can come back safely and conduct our business. I would just hope and urge that while it's a now opportunity and option for the majority to use, that we still would continue to do business with a majority of members being present, because if a major piece of legislation were to come to this floor and to pass with a proxy, meaning 20 people holding proxies clearly under your bill would be what your side would claim would be a majority, it would be challenged, or definitely would be eligible for being challenged in court under the Article 1, Section 5 constitutional requirement of a quorum. I would just hope that would be considered, that while it's there in the rule now, doesn't mean it has to be the way the House conducts business, and I would yield.
Reclaiming my time, the gentleman's correct. We expect a good turnout of members on both sides of the aisle to be in the chamber when we meet. We do know, however, there are members who, for health reasons, either their own health or the health of one of their family members, transportation issues, as you know, they're more difficult now with the pandemic going on. But our expectation is there will be a good number of members. We do not expect there to be 20 members here. We expect to be many more. And we, as the gentleman knows, when asked to come to the House to pass critically important legislation, members on both sides of the aisle have been here in large numbers.
Gentleman, yield back.
I yield to the gentleman.
Thanks. I think today our total number of members that showed up out of 435 were 406. Of course, we didn't have a full 435. We'll have a few more sworn in next week. But with over 400 members of Congress able to get here safely to do our business, and again, we know the Senate's going to be in next week. We know the President is at the White House working as well with his team. I would just hope that we would continue to lead by example as we're encouraging others to safely reopen. My home state of Louisiana today started entering into phase one of the reopening of our economy, and we saw so many new establishments. Of course, we've got our frontline workers, hospitals and grocery stores that have already been opened, and other establishments, but today we were able to have a full entering of phase one, and from all accounts it went very smoothly. I know the gentleman's state of Maryland is doing the same thing. 36 different states are already entering phase one of reopening, and I would just hope that we would lead by example by showing here in the House that we too can do the people's business safely in person. And do we know when that next time that the House would be convening would be? If it's not going to be next week, do we have a date when?
27th and 28th.
And is there any formal legislation or even committee hearings that will be?
I already said that, but I'll repeat it. We'll be considering FISA legislation, I believe, on the 27th, and we will be considering other COVID-19 related bills if they're ready. We have not specifically identified those bills, but on the 27th and 28th. We will be meeting 2 days on that week. It is, as you know, Memorial Day on Monday of that week.
And then for committees like Armed Services that are going to be hopefully starting their negotiations on the National Defense Authorization Act, obviously those are things that have an opportunity to be bipartisan. Hopefully they will be bipartisan. Historically they have been, and that would be hopefully some more work that the House would do here in Washington, here at the Capitol, and we would just push to make sure that that is the case, that we do as much of our work here, not remotely, not through Zoom and Skype and WebEx and other things, but actually here in the Capitol, where we can again show the country, as we're asking them to safely reopen and start getting our economy back on track, that we would do the same thing. And I would yield.
What I think, and I'm reclaiming my time, what I think, Mr. Whip, is that we are showing that we intend to do our work, and we intended to do it with concern for the safety of our members, with the safety of our staff, the safety of witnesses who appear before our committees, and the safety of committee members as they proceed. I will tell you that Mr. Smith and I had a discussion, as I said a little earlier. He is going to be talking to his ranking member, and I expect them to have a markup, and I expect that markup to be in person.
Well, thank you. And I would share the gentleman's hope that that happens. I know there was a lot of concern expressed with the resolution. It authorized pro forma sessions until July 21st, and I sure hope that's not the approach that the House would be taking, that instead of pro forma, we would actually be here in person doing that work of the people.
We're in session now, of course, and I expect us to be in session on the 27th and 28th, and I expect in the interim, committees will be considering legislation so that we will have product to do. We're behind schedule. I still want to accomplish much of the work that we need to do as a regular order of business in the near term. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and I yield.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 6666.
The gentleman's request is ordered without objection.
Thank you, Speaker.
You want them now? The chair announces that the Speaker's announced policy of April 7, 2020 will remain in effect through July 21, 2020. The chair lays before the House the following personal request. Without
Leave of
objection.
absence requested for Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Pursuant to Section 7B of House Resolution 891, the House stands adjourned until 10:30 on Tuesday, May 19, 2020.